Hey, I've been chatting to myself for like 10 minutes. Not realizing that I had started the stream. Oh, man, tonight is such a mess. Oh my god. To answer your question, no. I don't think I got it out, but it stopped bothering me as much. It's possible that there wasn't anything in my eye, but it's just really dry, which can be painful at times. It feels like it's on the right, like the pain comes from the right side of it. So I have been taking excess antihistamines because I don't know if you guys can tell, but I sound and feel miserable. Ugh. These days just happen when the temperature fluctuates. Sucks when it happens on stream days. Oh, God. I mean, at least I'm not tired. That's not the issue. Not fatigue this time, just utter. Ugh. No, none taken. I probably do need a doctor. Maybe like a sinus infection or something. It wasn't nearly this bad earlier. It just sort of came on in the past like 3 hours. Ugh. Oh, that's interesting. I've tried like washing my eye out like that before, but never with the shower head. That makes a lot of sense. That's actually a lot easier than what I would do. Just try to get it in my face before my eyes can close. What's weird is that this nostril is completely clear. This nostril's completely clogged, and it still feels like I'm gonna sneeze. So whatever's going on, even though one's clear, it's enough where it's actually bothering the nose as a whole. And again, it didn't help that I was sitting there talking to myself for 10 minutes, and then I'm like, oh, fuck. I never pressed go live. Ugh. I need so I have eye drops. I actually have to take eye drops daily. Steroid eye drops. Anti-rejection drops because of my transplants. So they generally can double as like a moisturizer, at least getting stuff to flow out. But they're not really moisturizers. So what I need probably is some moisturizing drops because either my eye's dry and it's just irritated because it's dry and it needs some moisturizer, or the moisturizer will at least get whatever's in there to kind of flow out. There's more of it, you know? That's the, I mean, yeah, normally that's what like I caught on to. I'm like, man, nobody's responding. Like either nobody cares or is maybe nobody's in chat anymore. But like nobody's talking. I'm like, I'm not sure I'm on. But the worse I feel, the less my brain is working. And so that would normally not be like I haven't had that happen since the go live thing. Like it happened a couple times when the go live thing was like a new feature that I was using, forced feature. But it hasn't really been an issue since then. Oh, we still joke every once in a while. Oh, did Twain press go live? I mean, it doesn't feel like it's stabbing me anymore. This Edgeworth might team up with Batman. Because I mean, his methods are kind of vigilante in a way. Like before, we were able to get off with the excuse of, oh, we're an assistant. But like, what are we in this case? Nobody's hired us. We're not prosecutors. Hey JB, you seem energetic today. Give me some of that energy. Yeah, I hope everybody's okay. Why isn't... Oh, you guys can't see the... That's great. Oh, that's why. Okay, there we go. There are just days where, like, I've been dealing with this garbage since middle school, and, like, allergies. And, like, for the most part, I can deal with it. Like, you know, just deal with it. Daily life, you know, whatever. And then there are some days like today where I'm just like, want to run against a wall and knock myself out so I don't have to feel it anymore. Not like kill myself, but like just you know, a light concussion maybe. This is just so frustrating. Like the allergy stuff wasn't even an issue until the eye thing became a problem because I started messing with my eye and then my nose started running. It's all connected with each other. Okay. Try one more thing. Of course, I was cursed with these long, beautiful lashes that also get in the way. Return my Switch? Yeah, perhaps. No, I forgot about that. Where was it? It was like dynamic something or other, right? I I appreciate that all of you are really worried about like hurting my feelings about the way I look and sound, but trust me, I am aware. You are not offending me. I appreciate it. We'll see. We'll give it a bit longer. Emulator settings. Emulation settings. Oh, this one, right? It was 100, right? Yeah, that's fine. Okay, and then it just resets. Oh, God. Well, now we're just trying to be hurtful. Now we're just intentionally trying to say hurtful things, aren't we? Look like hero. Well, if you're at his best looks like me at my worst, then yeah, that's actually not totally off base, right? Oh my. We're actually in court. With Judge Courtney. Very interesting that we're still getting the side profile, or like angled profile, from the judge, instead of it being like angled profile for the defense and prosecution, but then the judge is looking straight forward. Which is done as a way to show that the judge is, you know, supposed to be impartial. But in this circumstance, she is not. She is facing a certain way. Not that to say that she's going to be not going to be impartial, but just an interesting. Fan game or like real game? Ah, yes. The problem with more work. Oh, God. I get it. But you're taking away little nice touches in the game by being lazy like that. Like, how many sprites does the judge have? He shakes his head. He has like the open, the wide eye. He has his normal face, and then he has like his angry face. And it's a matter of mouth movement. Like, would that really have taken them more than like a few days to put together? Maybe I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, so maybe I'm just way off base, but... That's also true. They didn't have to do a ton of new sprite work, considering they had, well, yeah, Gregory, Ray, Amnesia, Kay, Courtney, Sebastian. I mean, they had a fair few, but to tell me that if they told me, oh, I haven't too much work to make a front-facing sprite for Courtney, I would have laughed at them. Like, that's fucking lazy.
Court is now in session. Is the defense ready? Of course, Your Honor. We can begin whenever you want.
Why is the angle different all of a sudden? Because before it was like we were looking at it from the judge's point of view. Now we're looking at it from behind. Like when we first enter the courtroom. The cameraman's running back and forth. Well, I mean, this background. I don't think you needed to do this. Because this is different from the other court backgrounds, isn't it? Are we playing as the prosecutor, though? We're not Francisca. Actually, the game's made it very explicit that we are not a prosecutor anymore. The camera B. We chose the second camera angle. I just think that's a weird change.
The prosecution has been ready from the start, Your Honor.
From the start of what? This is the start. Is the start when you walk into the room? Joe Crane, the attorney in charge of the defense, has passed on from this world. Furthermore, Sebastian DeBest, the prosecutor in charge, has disappeared. Okay. How has that guy managed to disappear and not be found? Doesn't seem like that guy would be able to take care of himself to be able to do something like that. And so, Francisca and Mr. Shields have taken over their duties.
Before we begin, I would like to apologize for the delay of today's trial. As the crimes took place in the prison, a place where justice is normally administered, and the defendant was the warden of the prison, further exacerbating the situation. Additional time was specially arranged to investigate and prepare for the trial. Wait!
this trial is the one for the warden? The person that we're the reason she's in prison. Edgeworth Law Offices. But now we're defending her? If I were her, I'd tell us to fuck off. Like, yeah, but like, that's not even it. It's just like, from her perspective, why? That just doesn't make sense. Yeah, that's how Ray works. Let's have Edgeworth work for me, get them arrested, and then they have no choice but to have us defend them. Yeah, he disappeared, JB, after he found out that his father was a crook. I'm sure he offered, but why wouldn't she be like, fuck yourself? No, you're the reason I'm here. It's so weird. I'm having trouble fathoming this. This would never happen. Now, my partner and I have both had situations where we beat somebody in... Okay, well, beat. No term. Got what we wanted against another party in a case. And then they came back to us later and wanted us to represent them in another case. Because they were like, wow, that was really good work. Not involving the people that were in the original case, obviously. That'd be a conflict of interest. But when it like involved somebody completely different, which we can do that. Again, as long as it's not in relation to any clients that we, it wouldn't be adverse. Representing them would not be cause any adverse effects on our current clients, or any of our, let's just say clients current and past. So that because they're like, yeah, I really liked how you handled, you know, I thought you did I was really impressed by the job that you did. So that's not out of the ordinary. But in the actual case itself, that seems, I don't know. I don't remember that she kissed Ray quite passionately. Yeesh. That's a whole nother problem. They'd lose their prosecutor, which is why Francisca's taking over. But yeah, I mean, that doesn't mean the trial can't go on.
Additional time was specially arranged to investigate and prepare for the trial. In addition, the defense attorney in charge of the case, Jill Crane, has recently passed away. Due to these circumstances, the trial was further delayed. Mr. Shields, Miss Von Karma, at this time I'd like to give you my gratitude for taking up this responsibility on short notice.
I guess this is the last job Courtney Pye's friend left behind for us, huh? Well, Uncle Ray is more than happy to help out. Although having said that, I only have enough time to skim through the case files.
Is he fucking kidding me? Is he fucking kidding me? you think he is actually fucking kidding me? I hope so. Not just that I just skimmed the case files, but I'm ready for trial would be, you know, problematic. Because we've already established that in this universe, that's kind of a necessity sometimes, just because of how ridiculous the 3-day system. That's what we have to do. Hunker down and show him our best. But the fact he was part of the investigation.
I only skimmed the case files, even though I'm, you know, part of the reason the case files exist in the first place.
Oh, Tom. Brother, my, It's unfortunate that you weren't able to be here for the first headache. The first 20 minutes of headache that this three scenes of dialogue that we've seen so far has given me. You can appeal due to ineffective assistance of counsel, yes. But like I said, it's more difficult when your system is established to provide attorneys with such little time that sometimes that's just what happens. Because in let's say this happened in real life and the attorney died. The trial wouldn't be pushed off like a week. It'd probably be pushed off like a couple months at least. Right, which is more indicative of how ridiculous the system is, but I've harped on the system enough. We know that's just part of the satire of the whole thing. Oh yeah, Tom, you remember that warden that we helped to get arrested? Now we're defending her in court. In that same case.
Are you okay on your end, Franny Pie?
And again, it doesn't matter if it was just an hour ago. Dude probably knows more about the case than another attorney that you could assign right now and give a week to review the case file. What kind of prosecutor abandons his own case and vanishes without a trace? Oh! See? I thought something looked different. This is another problem. We get Franny's right side. I like her left side. She has her cute little mole. I have a feeling he'll come back. I won't allow any more delays in this trial while we wait for that foolish man to return. Oh wait, no, there it is. Wait! I swear that appeared out of nowhere. Which, yeah, that's one problem, Tom, but the other problem is why would the defendant want us to represent them? It was there? So does she have a mole next to both of her eyes? Because otherwise it just seems like they mirrored the image. Like, toss aside the conflict of interest point. If I'm Patricia Rowland, I'm like, fuck no, I don't want you representing me. She took it off and put it on the other side. It does run in the family. They're quite good at making people disappear, including themselves. Okay, but the court would never request that the attorney who put... There are other defense attorneys in this city. We're not the only ones. It seems like they just requested it because we were here. Which is not okay. Even if that's the explanation, that's absolutely ridiculous. This is legitimately one of the most ridiculous things I've seen in this entire series. This would never happen. I thought they made mention of being assigned an attorney, but the court would never. Whenever I was assigned cases, again, I wasn't a public defender, but as a private attorney, you can get appointed to certain cases in criminal if the public defender's office is conflicted out of being able to represent that person. Same thing in juvenile court. And normally what happens in juvenile court is that public defenders are assigned to defend the, in Wisconsin at least, the mentally impaired for like commitment cases. Because juvenile court handled the commitment cases too. That's just how it was set up in Waukesha County, which is where I did most of my litigation. And when the juvenile was old enough to have an attorney, that in which they could actually have an attorney of their own to represent their views, whereas the guardian ad litem doesn't represent the child's views; they represent the best interests. But anyways, so whenever I would get appointed to like represent a parent in a CHIPS case or something like that, they'd say, okay, this is the name. They give me the biographical information basically, and I'm supposed to run a conflict check. And if I'm conflicted out of representing them, then the court would never in a million years have me represent that person. It'd have to be like a similar to the only way I'm gonna have sex with Hero is if we were the last two people on Earth sort of situation. The only way I would ever be able to defend Patricia Rowland is if I was the last attorney on Earth. Yeah, hearing officers, judges, anybody presiding over a case has to be careful with conflicts too, yeah. Because you'll see a lot of judges recuse themselves. Anytime you see like a weird Supreme Court ruling, like there's 9 of them, but it's only like a 4-3 vote, it's pretty safe to assume that 2 judges recuse themselves due to conflicts. Yeah, I definitely say that's, even something that's a looser connection like that, I think it's just safe to do that. Oh, if me and Hero were the last 2 people alive, well, I'd murder him. Who's gonna stop me? It's not like we can procreate. No, just kidding. I would punch the shit out of him, though. Just once, I'd feel so much better about the situation we were in if I was just able to clock him once. I've received the evidence just now. There should be no problem continuing the trial. But you were ready from the start? You have my thanks. This is a kangaroo court. This is fucking ridiculous. If he managed to bring his conversion rate to successes in defending people in Japan, he'd be a really good defense attorney.
And with that, I hereby call the defendant Patricia Rowland to the stand. Now then, will the prosecution please give us their opening statement? Very well, Your Honor. The defendant...
Please wait, Your Honor. I don't remember what her voice was. Oh, it was more sultry.
Please wait, Your Honor. Well, there's something I'd like you to fill me in on. Just what exactly am I doing in a place like this?
Then perhaps you would do well to listen to the opening statement. Or you can give her a chance to speak with her attorney, who you just assigned to her. Apparently without her consent.
So if I listen to it, I'll get it, huh? Okay, then let's hear it.
That was the plan from the start. Now, if you would kindly shut up and listen. The incident occurred in the detention center, and the prison warden, Rowland, is in charge... Oh, okay. The incident occurred in the detention center, and the prison warden, Rowland, is in charge of... The victim is Horace Knightley, who is being held in the detention center. The prosecution is certain that this woman here is the culprit. This knife, the murder weapon, is the decisive evidence... Huh? Miss Von Karma, is something wrong? That's impossible! The evidence is...
What's wrong with the evidence, Franny Pie?
The evidence! The knife's gone! The chisel with Dojin's bell attached to it is missing too! What? Shit, we were gonna use that to convict my clients of murder! What? Why is he reacting like this? If I'm Ray, I'm like, oh, well, sounds like you don't have a case anymore. Why is he reacting this way? He's won! You have, against all odds, you have it in the bag now. And you're sitting there like, what do you mean you lost that evidence that I helped you procure against my clients? Oh my god. Whew. It made it funnier to digest. Because, like, in this situation, this is ridiculous. But this is so absurd that I can't help but laugh. As opposed to, like, the updated autopsy report makes you want to throw something. I would not say that these games pander to me. I think the logic that these games follow are better. Like, just the base logic and how you get from point A to point B to point C in a way that makes sense is better than the original trilogy and Apollo Justice, which are the games I've played so far. For one, there is no mysticism involved, right? So that's a big because like I don't do my job with mysticism. So that's just, not that it's not cool and fun to do in the game, but that's, you know, that's outside of anything I'll ever experience. So this is more like relying simply on Edgeworth's skill as an attorney. But it still doesn't pander to us that much in that attorneys don't usually investigate to the extent that Edgeworth was doing so. Most of the time the investigation is like because like we might not even be allowed on the scene like that. Like, you know, even the prosecutors don't investigate the cases like that. Those are the detectives that do that work and then pass their work on to the prosecutors. But again, from the pure, like, the way the game itself works, from getting to the situation to the conclusion, I do think actually panders to people in the law profession more so than the mainline games that I've played so far. Interesting question, though. What's my special lawyer power? I don't have any power. I just have talents. Yeah, we already won. What a great trial this was. After editing 1.5 for so long, which, God, I'll give you guys an update on that later. I had to re-render the video because I was a little hasty in doing so. I'm glad I went back and checked, because if I had actually uploaded it with the audio issue that it had, I would have been furious with myself. So it's actually a good thing that it was having problems. It's not a huge deal, but there was something I needed to edit on it. What? Oh no! That's too bad! Looks like we win!
Order. Prosecutor von Karma, what is the meaning of this? I don't understand it either, Your Honor.
Exactly! Let her represent herself! That would be better for her in this specific situation. It would be better for her to represent herself than to have Ray represent her.
I can't believe it's not guilty.
That's what Ray's saying.
If there's no evidence, then I suppose there's not much reason for me to be here. Some prosecutor can't even hold on to one little piece of evidence. What a dunce. I only received everything that the previous prosecutor had. Ah!
It appears the culprit is that pampered prosecutor, the boy Blunder.
Okay. I kinda like that. I kinda like that one. I'm gonna give you that one, Ray.
Hey, Courtney Pie.
What is it? Do not refer to me as Courtney Pie.
Yeah, you better believe I would get reprimanded. There was a judge that I had a, how do I want to put this? I don't want to make it sound worse than it really is. We had a relationship prior to me practicing as an attorney, because when I mentored under the judge that I was doing clerkship for, he also had me do work for a few other judges, and she was one of them. So I knew her better than other judges because we had actually interacted outside of the courtroom. And let me tell you, she's attractive. But if I went to court and called her Judge Pie, or whatever her name is, Pie, Cutie Pie, yeah, I would have caught that gavel across my forehead all the way from the fucking judge's bench.
Your Honor, considering our predicament, what say we postpone the trial until later?
Postpone the trial? You've won, Ray!
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Tommy Pie.
The defense proposal was overruled. Courtney Pie. God, that's so inappropriate. I know, right? It'd be troubling for me if this trial were to be delayed any further. I just want everyone to know that I'm innocent as soon as possible. Innocent! I've had more than enough of your foolish... And besides, you don't have any evidence, right? I recall a certain saying. In court, evidence is everything. Wasn't it? Since there's no evidence, that would make me innocent. Isn't that right, Your Honor? That is correct. Courtney was there!
My eye's gonna explode. Yeah, you know what? on one hand, this is actually huge props to Courtney, considering she was there and shouldn't be presiding over the case in the first place. But even though she, like, basically saw the confession and heard it all herself, she's still like, well, she's right. No evidence, then she's innocent then. Because if you're Courtney and you've seen it, wouldn't you be like, you're fucking kidding me, right? I saw you confess. I was there. We were all there. We shared a big laugh afterwards. Talked about how evil you were. Yeah, it's so weird in that she's doing something she absolutely should not be doing in the first place, but also she's, in another respect, doing her job really well, which is, it's really hard for my brain to put that all together. What? Ray's over here trying to, like, give Francisca tactics and, like, support so that they can come back later and shit instead of just getting his client off of murder charges. I'm sure Sebastian did, but we have no idea where some of the shit in the file is. Right. The confession itself isn't going to be, might not be enough. Yeah, this seems to go against, like, all the other cases we've done up to this point. This is America. No evidence? Well, I'm innocent then. You have to prove that I'm guilty, as opposed to you're guilty until proven innocent. You took a shower, it was great. Well, let me tell you, the first start to the stream was not great. So, hilarious, but not great.
The prosecution has not produced sufficient evidence to prove the defendant guilty. As such, I hereby find the defendant, Patricia Rowland,
Would you guys believe me if I told you that the first, what? How long have we been streaming? Hour of streaming has been more stressful than my entire day at work today? Would you believe that? Well, it's true. Yeah. This is perhaps the worst scenario of any of the games that we've dealt with in terms of like the amount of problems that are going into this. Well, the Phoenix thing's interesting because you could at least feasibly make the argument that Phoenix was looking out for Matt's best interests in that if Matt walks, Matt's going to die based on what they know. Now, that argument doesn't entirely hold up because Phoenix is the reason why that was going to happen in the first place. But there's like some logic behind, well, Phoenix was actually looking out for Matt the most by getting him to plead guilty. There was also the duress problem, yeah. That's a big problem. Do this or we're gonna kill your best friend. Like, yeah, you know what? I might do what he did in that situation too. Probably would. Oh God. So I had no plan on drinking today. This threw me over the edge. And I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna, after doing all this, I feel like my body must be punished. There's some sadomasochism for you. So I poured pineapple jalapeno, or jalapeno pineapple margarita. Oh. For some people that might sound delicious, but I assure you it is not.
Hold your horses, Courtney Pie. You can't just declare my client innocent all of a sudden.
Is something the matter? For the defense to object to a not guilty verdict.
Well, I mean, even you must know that the warden over here there is guilty, right?
That's it. He should lose his license. He should be disbarred. Stop disbarring yourself. What do you mean the hiding a wanted criminal thing? Are you talking about Kay's situation? That would not be okay, no. Because she wasn't a criminal, but she was a wanted suspect. And they were knowingly withholding her from being found by the prosecution. Or by the investigation team. So yeah, that would be problematic. But like I said back during that case, even though it's bad, they might be allowed to walk away without more than a slap on the wrist because, again, they didn't run. They were in the same building the whole time. They never had any intent to escape. And, like, avoid capture that way. But, yeah, I mean...
Well, I mean, even you must know that the warden over there is guilty, right? You were there with us when we found the murder weapon.
Hey, Courtney Pie, can you just not uphold your role as being an impartial judge and simply find my client to be guilty? Thank you. Oh, yeah. Because, like, with Phoenix, a lot of times you can go, oh, okay, well, there's some mitigating factors here or there, like some complicated circumstances. This is not complicated. He helped in busting her, then some reason thought it would be a good idea to defend her, and then is straight up saying she's guilty when she herself is on the stand. Well, she's not on the stand, but she's, you know, she's in her place or whatever it's called in Japan. Normally they'd be right next to you in the US. But she's addressing the court saying she's innocent, and her own attorney's like, nah.
Mr. Shields, a judge must remain impartial when handing down a verdict.
Never thought I would say this, but Courtney's 100% correct and Ray is 100% wrong.
That is why I cannot allow myself to get caught up in my own personal feelings.
Maybe that's why I should never have been a part of the investigation in the first place.
The person who was present when the murder weapon was discovered and the judge sitting before you now are two completely different people.
Now, I bet there are some people that played this game and thought, oh, well, that makes sense. As long as she's able to remain impartial, why can't she be the presiding judge? There is no way a system should be allowed to operate like that by use of common sense.
You're kidding, right?
I might not be able to finish this. I'm giving you the Ray look right now. Oh, that's also why I got the alcohol, to make it not so bad. No, they can't, especially when you can only make people as impartial as possible, which you can't do with her because she was a part of the investigation. Who said this was the best case? Somebody said this is the best case, and I'm just gonna say this is not a good start. It's hilarious because of how disastrous of a situation this is. But it's gonna have to turn itself around really fast to be considered actually any good.
I can only hand down a verdict based upon the evidence that was presented.
There is evidence, it's just, well, it's not here right now, but a few minutes, that's all I need. I'll find the evidence and return to court without fail. The prosecution requests a brief recess, Your Honor. Just shut your mouth! Ray, just shut your fucking mouth at this point. Gregory Edgeworth is spinning in his fucking grave right now. I mean, if you guys really didn't care about the legal things, you wouldn't be watching me, or at least you wouldn't find me that interesting. You care, to some degree. Maybe you just didn't realize how ridiculous it was. I will say, based on what we have seen in the past, the judge absolutely should grant a recess here. Because the other judge would do the same thing. He did the same thing. If something was present and then missing, or they find out that something's missing that he wants to know about, like, why is it missing, where is it, he'll give people a break so that they can try to figure out what happened. So Courtney should probably do the same thing here, if it's in line with what their judges normally do. Oh, I'm sure the rest of the case is significantly better because it can't possibly get worse than this. I'm sure the rest of the case is probably really good, but I'm just saying, if we're in neutral, if neutral's right here, 10 out of 10's here, negative 10 out of 10 is here, we started below that line. Well, of course that's why he's doing it. That's obvious. The thing is it doesn't matter. He shouldn't be allowed to be in that position in the first place. If I'm Courtney and I'm still presiding over the case for some reason, I'm telling Ray to fuck off at this point. I'm removing him as counsel. With that broken scale, yes, neutral 0 out of 10. Oh, God.
The defense would also like a recess, Your Honor. Courtney Pye, please.
I understand. I shall grant your request.
Oh, Justine, darling, aren't you wishy-washy today?
This court will now adjourn for a 15-minute recess.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They have a relationship, too.
During which the prosecution and defense shall prepare for the resumption of the trial.
Understood, Your Honor.
Phew, that was a close one.
Court is now adjourned.
That was in a game series with a lot of illogical and ridiculous scenarios, and we're talking about mysticism and all that other shit. That might have been the least believable out of all of the scenarios that we've been through so far. At least in any civilized society that isn't ruled by, like, tyranny. Or, like, there's one scenario that I can think of off the top of my head where something like that probably happened. Quite often. Anybody venture a guess? 1600s, United States, East Coast. Ding! See, Tom knew. Tom knew immediately. Salem witch trials. Yep. That's, I based on the information I read about the period, wouldn't surprise me at all if, like, you have an attorney that was biased against their client and the judge just... Oh, okay. I'm gonna be honest, I forgot about the cardboard badge. Those are probably the two S tier, like, no fucking way does that ever happen events in this game. In this day and age. Phoenix is impersonated by a guy who doesn't even look like him and has a cardboard badge. Okay. But that's the thing. That's a tyrannical system. People don't receive due process. It's due process in, like, name only. No, it was fucking terrible. Didn't we find it together? The evidence? Yes, we certainly did. Of course, that's why the... Oh, yeah. I wonder if it was stolen by someone. Oh, I wonder. Mr. Edgeworth. Miss Barry and Mr. Keys, did you come to attend the trial? I came because I heard there's a really fun show around here. So where is it? The trial for the case I got caught up in was supposed to have already started, but our practice ran a little late. I believe it was somewhere around here, wasn't it? Actually, two key pieces of evidence have gone missing, the chisel and the knife. The trial's in recess now, sort of like an intermission. You just missed it, Simon. Oh, what? That's bullshit. I did not miss it. I did not. What's that supposed to mean? Oh my god. Looks like Simon's gonna get arrested again. No, wait, I can't. Yeah, but why would he have some of it and not the rest of it? Like, I feel like it'd be very hard for me to lose only portions of evidence in a case file. Then again, I'm not a prosecutor, so I'm not the one, you know, that's holding, you know, murder weapon and stuff like that. I guess Simon is his usual noisy self. Huh? To think I'd be humiliated like this! And here comes another noisy individual. Now, Frenny Pie, let's just take a moment and calm down a bit. Maybe you could put that whip of yours away, hmm? What do you say? That foolish prosecutor when I get my hands on him! My whip is going to give him the thrashing of a lifetime! Hey! Miles, why don't you try talking to her? Good grief. Yada yada. On that note, I guess I should probably hear what she has to say. But I'm gonna turn my back to her first, I guess. I mean, like, that's one of the most, like... if you're gonna lose like just portions of it, that's where it's likely gonna happen, right? You were just like negligently handling the case file and it like fell off.
Oh, if it isn't former Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth.
Oh. She does. She has a mole under each eye. And I'm pretty sure she doesn't actually. But all they did was mirror it. Would it have been that much effort to remove this one dot when they mirrored it? Okay, see now, I guess I don't know. Ichi-ryu is a variant of number 1. The other one that's common is Ichiban, but I don't know. I assume the difference is the context in which it's used, but I don't know the difference personally. Francisca?
Those who have abandoned the path of a prosecutor do not belong here. The game's called the Prosecutor's Path. Come on, this game should be about me, Francisca von Karma. Now be a good boy and go home. Figure out what you want to do with your life.
No, you go home. Still, what are you going to do, Francisca? The recess is only 15 minutes.
Ugh. You're always so calm and collected. Like an anchorman reading off a teleprompter.
Go fuck yourself, San Diego.
It makes me sick.
I should probably stay classy and avoid a confrontation with her for now. Oh God, Tom, how many people... When we were in high school, there wouldn't have been a soul who didn't understand that reference. But I bet there are some people that, like, they hear that, they're like younger individual, they're like, wow, what an asshole. What does he have against San Diego? No, I don't think I will. Francisca? I never expected you to end up taking over the prosecution for this case.
The bodyguard of the president of Changfa, Horace Knightley, was murdered. The defendant is the former warden of the prison, Patricia Rowland. The knife she used as the murder weapon had been prepared as evidence.
What does that have to do with you being the prosecutor? However, the murder weapon has disappeared without a trace.
Not only did he abandon his own case, but he also made me look like a fool in court. Ah! The next time I see that foolish fool of a prosecutor, I'll whip some backbone into him.
I don't mind if you whip some backbone into him, but stop whipping innocent bystanders. What else do we have to show her right now? None of this stuff has to do with the case at hand. Yeah, the whole teleprompter "Go fuck yourself, San Diego" thing is from Anchorman. The thing in the what's established early on in the movie is that he will read whatever's on the teleprompter. He will never deviate. And it's shown early on in when he's signing off, the person actually accidentally puts a question mark when he's saying his name instead of a period. So he says, I'm Ron Burgundy? So then later he's in a conflict with his co-anchor, who, in order to get back at him, adds to the teleprompter, go fuck yourself, San Diego. And he says it and has no idea that he said that. And she can't believe, she's like, I can't believe he actually did that. And he's just sitting there like, oh, that was a good show, wasn't it? Like, he just has no idea until people tell him what he did. It is very fitting for the Very Big Circus to have a presence during this case. Okay, you don't have to follow me. We're all right here. Ray, I have some words for you.
Okay, looks like you've gotten your memories back.
Yeah, I'm all better now.
Uncle Ray was really worried, you know? Though that other K was also pretty cute. Well then, now that you've recovered, how about a hug for old time's sake?
Nope. We need to focus on the trial right now. You need to focus on getting your client found guilty.
Yeah, things aren't looking good.
I'm just turning into a rabid beast. That's what's happening. I'm losing all my intelligence and becoming an animal.
At any rate, we'll have to search for the evidence. But we can't interrupt the trial. Uncle Ray's in a pickle. Only there was someone who could find the evidence for us.
That look of expectation on your face says it all. He was, but we had we met Ray by then? Yeah, I can't die on stream or they'll delete my channel. Yeah, so I mean, he wasn't a part of that investigation. Doesn't sabotage kind of imply like underhanded or like more like secretive tactics? Maybe it doesn't, but that's just that's the vibe I always get from it. Whereas he is explicitly fucking his client over. That look of expectation on your face says it all.
Miles, you still don't have your prosecutor's badge, right? Do you finally feel like following in your father's footsteps?
Well, I mean, I might as well, because you're certainly not. If I simply left it in someone else's care, I wasn't stripped of my badge. Furthermore, right now I'm unable to follow in my father's footsteps.
I see. Well, there is no need to rush your decision. Take all the time you need to determine the path you want to follow. In any case, the door is always open for you at the Edgewood Law offices for as long as it remains in business.
Mr. Shields.
If only there was someone who could go search for the evidence for us, so that our clients will be fucked.
Very well, I'll go look for them.
Oh, Miles, you do that for us?
Of course, finding the evidence within 15 minutes will be no easy task.
Well, if worse comes to worse, Uncle Ray and Fanny Pie will help you stall for time.
Everything about what's going on here is pissing me off. I want Ray. Stewie said it best. It's not that I want to kill Ray.
I just don't want him to be alive anymore. Of course he could be disbarred. He would be, for what he's done so far, I'd say he'd be disbarred already. Oh, I don't think I knew that. That's interesting. It would be possible for the case to be dismissed without prejudice at this point, allowing a future trial once the evidence is found. So, that's an interesting question because, in theory, Courtney is not in charge of this case, right? She's not presiding over it. And if you're a judge, that has all you know is that you've been told that there is evidence. And the prosecution shows up and suddenly says, oh, we don't have the evidence. Would you as the judge grant that motion? The prosecution might themselves file that motion, but if I'm the defendant, I'm going to say, no, I ask you to dismiss it with prejudice because it's not our fucking fault that they could have been lying for all you know. You have no idea. I guess I can't think of any reason why explicitly why the judge wouldn't be allowed to do that. But yeah, I mean, I just don't think that's likely in a scenario where the judge doesn't have... Like, I think it's only a potentially logical course of action here because Courtney knows and was involved in the case. Sure, if both parties agreed to it. But here's the thing. If you're the prosecution and you do this, you have to let him go. There are no charges pending. Right? Or do they still get like another 48 how many hours is it? You can only hold people for a certain amount of time if you don't plan on charging them. I don't remember how long it is though. Does it? Actually, that's an interesting question. I'm not sure if they get an additional amount of time or is that already considered to have counted as a part of it. I'm assuming they just wouldn't be able to hold her anymore, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Yeah, that's what I thought. Hi, Justin. How's it going? Yeah, and then she could just be gone. Because they can't hold her as a flight risk because there's no case in which she'd be considered a flight risk for. Voice acting so far? Good. Really good. Especially considering that, you know, we're using this is a fan translation. I think Sebastian's fits his incredibly well. Gregory's was obviously awesome because Pro Zed's a fucking master. And Ray's is super smooth and goes along with his personality. I think they've been spot on. Blaze was super funny. I still think it's kind of ridiculous, but in an entertaining way. So, you know, nothing wrong with that.
Well, if worse comes to worse, Uncle Ray and Franny Pie will help you stall for time.
You're an idiot.
Until you recover the evidence, we won't let her hand down a verdict.
Please do so. Francisca, are you okay with Ray helping you out? Even though he's against you and making your life easier? Why wouldn't you be okay with this? This is a stupid question.
You're asking me, Francisca von Karma, to help you out? You'd be better off spending the rest of your life as an anchorman for the local news. God damn.
Miss Von Karma, this is an emergency. We could really use your cooperation.
Yeah, get over it, Pride. Let's create the 7 deadly sins based on Phoenix Wright characters. Primary characters, not like one-off secondary characters. Yeah, if you ignore that and whatever needle stuck in my right eye and all the snot in my nose, then it's a fantastic. Yeah, Maya is 100% gluttony. That was the first one that came to mind besides Francisca's pride. Would Von Karma or Gant be Wrath? No, wouldn't Envy be Kristoff? Because his whole motivation was that he was jealous of Phoenix. Greed's red-white, that's a good one. Okay, Sloth, that's interesting. Because it's not that Gumshoe is intentionally, like, lazy or anything, he's just kinda slow. Lust would yeah, Larry or Ray. I'd probably give it to Larry just because he's more of a prominent character. Even though Ray's, like, more explicitly creepy. Let's see, what am I forgetting? So we have Lust, Envy, Wrath, Pride, Gluttony. What's the other two? Sloth and did I say Lust? Godot could be Wrath too. I think any of Von Karma, Gant, or Godot could be good Wrath characters. Sloth could be Grossberg. Yeah, that would make sense. He has a huge avoidance factor to him. Oh, Greed was the other one, which is red-white. Yeah. Francisca's pride. That's what like caused me to think about it in the first place. I'm like, good lord, is she prideful? We're like telling her we can help her out. Ray is literally on her side as the defense attorney, and she's still like, maybe you should go be an anchorman instead of just saying, yeah, that'd be great. Oh, Dahlia! Dahlia might actually be the best Wrath of those four, even though all four of them can fit. Dahlia might be the best one. Ooh, I think I'm gonna make a, this would be a fun, poll. Do one of them a day? Community poll on YouTube? Yeah. See, I think that'd be I'm always trying to, like, think of different polls, because you'll see a lot of channels do polls for, like, analytics reasons. The problem is that their polls are fucking worthless. Like, one channel I follow literally put a poll of 4 blank options. I haven't done this in a while. The fuck? You're littering my timeline. But if you actually make a poll in which you're creating interesting discussion, that's fine. You're just encouraging interaction and discussion at that point. What are the 7 heavenly virtues? It's justice. Fuck, what are they? Justice. Can only think of justice right now. Temperance was the one that was like forming inside my mouth but couldn't come out. Faith, hope, charity, fortitude, justice, temperance, and prudence. That's interesting. Because Edgeworth could fit into like 4 of those. But I would think he would fit best under fortitude or justice? Maybe temperance? This fucking guy. Apollo is justice. You could see Phoenix being justice. Phoenix could also be hope. Or faith. Mia could be faith, because she always, whenever she makes her appearance, it's all about having faith in Phoenix that he'll pull through. Pearl's good for hope too, yeah. Charity probably would fit Russell Berry, but he's a victim. He just... Oh, Gumshoe's a good one for fortitude. Yeah. No, that's true. He's probably undergone, besides like the wackiness of Phoenix that Phoenix has encountered, in terms of like, he's endured stuff that the average person probably would have quit or moved on or done something else. Charity Phoenix because he never gets fucking paid for his work? Yeah, it could be. Phoenix could fit under Temperance too. I think either him or Edgeworth actually both would fit under Temperance. They ask for nothing. They just follow their ideals. I don't really see Maya fitting in on any of those, or Emma, really. I guess Maya could be Faith. Emma used to be Prudence, and then she lost that. Yeah, it's probably the best one for Edgeworth. I think you're right. from waving her panties around to adults. Ugh. All right, I'll make this I'll make it a poll. It's a really fun discussion, and I'd love to engage in it more, but I should probably try to get some progress in. It's just been really difficult. You guys have to understand, this has been a trying night for me. It started off shit before I even streamed, and then I had to deal with Ray Shields.
I understand. As acting prosecutor, I, along with that attorney over there, shall continue this trial. Meanwhile, you, the former prosecutor, shall run around and look for the evidence. All for my sake. It's a job that suits you perfectly.
I'm glad that you're on board.
I'll help out too, because I really don't want to get arrested again.
It really isn't that funny of a line, and I know this is like, it's like laughing at your own joke sort of thing, which is always cringe, but it's just the way that, I feel like the way I delivered that was not at all the way it was supposed to come off, and it ended up sounding ridiculous.
It sounds like fun. Regina wants to tag along too.
All right, that would be helpful. Now then, where should we begin? He was never charged, no. You can hold somebody, let them go, and still come back and actually get them and charge them later. Like, that's fine. As long as you actually plan on, you know, as long as you're actually gonna charge them this time. Because you can't just keep holding somebody indefinitely without charging them. They couldn't have all been pro bono. Otherwise, he'd have no way of running his law office. Unless he was, again, independently wealthy. Or, had generational wealth. I think 1-4, he was for sure paid. There's no way Edgeworth would allow him to represent, Phoenix to represent him without paying him. I also agree that Max probably paid him too. That makes sense. And yeah, Lana would definitely have the money to pay him. Well, Powers, I thought there was something in where he like didn't. It was like, oh, what about my pay? But maybe, no, maybe that was a different case. Because he definitely didn't get paid in 1-1 or 1-2. I'm probably thinking of 1-1. Because Larry. Dude, Larry didn't pay him shit. No, Matt's not going to pay him. No. Shelly the killer might send him some money, though. He gave him the. That's not proper bartering. Bartering would be, you pay me $500, or wait. Bartering would be like, I put together a will and trust for you, and you do the electric wiring around my house. Not the fucking thinker. That would not be equivalent exchange. He gave him an NFT. That's exactly how Larry would pay Phoenix. Where does that trade offer meme come from? It's really funny, just because of the way the guy looks, but I have no idea where that originated.
I mean, I would think Maggie probably paid him, right? I'm not sure if she'd have a ton of money to pay him, but Maggie's not the type to skip out on her check. I think we should go find that person and hear what they have to say.
Who should we talk to in order to learn where the evidence went?
Yes, this dead person. Gumshoe? I mean, him, but we don't know where he is.
Take that!
Yes, the person in charge of the evidence was Sebastian de Best.
Ah, you mean that rookie prosecutor, right? Got it.
I'll leave him to you.
Damn, he ran out fast. Good for him. Go getter.
Alrighty, time for Uncle Ray to have a strategy meeting with the opposing counsel.
Why? Why is this not done? Why are we not done with this yet? Yeah, good whip. Good whip, Franny.
Just the two of what? Miles Edgeworth, you better not keep me waiting, lest you end up like your friend here.
Yes, I'll keep that in mind.
Franny Pie, wait for me.
Now then, let's go help look for Sebastian as well.
Ah!
It'll stop when you stop stopping. Yeah, like I'm the issue here and not the ridiculous fucking scenario that the game has created. No. This is the problem.
Judge Courtney.
If it isn't Prosecutor Edgeworth, I hope that all is well. All is not well. Just what was going on in that trial earlier?
Okay, there's no need for that.
But, even though Miss Courtney should know exactly who the culprit is, what made you?
She's just doing her job.
In a court of law, the only thing that truly matters is evidence. Whatever my own feelings may be, it should not affect the verdict.
So, is this the judge persona of Judge Courtney we're saying?
Cold-blooded and heartless. It's fine if you think of me as such.
Even as a judge, she's still this stubborn? Judge Courtney, there's just one thing I'd like to ask you.
And what would that be?
2 nights ago, you went to the roof of the Grand Tower.
The roof, you say?
You met with the president there, correct? The two of you were caught on the security camera.
Is there some sort of problem with that?
Today, the president's body was discovered, very close to the Grand Tower.
That's...
You understand now, don't you? You're a suspect. What happened between you and the president up on the roof?
Nothing. We merely spoke for a few minutes. Once our business was done, I headed straight home. I took the elevator back down alone.
Indeed, that was shown on the security footage as well. What exactly did you and the president talk about?
That... I cannot say.
I see. However, I cannot afford to let up just yet. That being the case, I guess my only remaining option is to use that. She is definitely hiding something, and I'm going to draw it out of her.
Bro, we don't have fucking time for this. We only have 15 minutes to go find a missing person. And you're sitting here like, haha, time to play logic chess with the judge.
Two nights ago, Judge Courtney met with President Huang.
It is true that I spoke with President Huang on the roof of the Grand Tower. However, we only discussed business. There is no need to tell you what was said.
Just like in the trial earlier, she won't reveal her personal feelings easily. When she's speaking as a judge, it would be better for me to wait and see what develops. Now then, I'll start by asking her what she talked about with the president. Did you tell me what you and the president talked about?
My meeting with the president was strictly business, and since it has nothing to do with you, I'm not obligated to answer your question. I appreciate your understanding.
Even so, you certainly are a very busy person, aren't you? You're a member of the PIC and a judge as well. You even assist with the investigations.
I am simply fulfilling the professional duties that have been assigned to me.
No. Was your meeting with the president also one of the duties assigned to you as a judge?
Yes, of course it was. I am one who lives for the law. I would never act outside my professional duties.
This morning, you returned Kane's promised notebook to me. I don't believe that all of your actions are simply done for the sake of your duties.
It's true, it seems I still retain some immature qualities.
I wouldn't call it immature. It was your own personal kindness. Weren't you also distressed when you found out the president had passed away?
Yes, it is very unfortunate. Why did he have to die?
It seems he was crushed by the head of a monster called the Mighty Mozilla. Ah, excuse me. You see, Mozilla is...
Is that true? You mean the president died at the temporary Mozilla film lot?
Yes, that's right. I'm surprised that you know about Mozilla.
Yes. I had heard about it from Sebastian. He told me that the movie was being filmed near the Grand Tower.
She seems awfully shaken up about that. And I'm also curious about Sebastian, who went missing along with the evidence. She said she wouldn't talk about the president. However, I might be able to get her to reveal her secret through another line of questioning. She is flustered beyond normal. There must be some reason behind it. Francisco may have taken over the prosecution in Sebastian's place. However, as long as he still possesses some of the evidence, the trial cannot proceed.
I intend to carry out a fair trial. If the prosecution is unable to present evidence, the defendant must be declared not guilty.
You and the defendant are both guilty!
I am a judge. I cannot allow my own personal feelings to get in the way.
So you're saying you're not the least bit worried about Sebastian's whereabouts?
Of course I am. I am worried about Sebastian as well, but...
You're worried about Sebastian as well? Wouldn't that mean that there is someone else you're worried about?
Ah!
By any chance, will that person have something to do with your unnatural behavior?
That's impossible. I am a follower of the law. I will not be swayed by personal feelings.
It may be true that those who stand in court have a duty to follow the law. However, we're not superheroes. You and I are only human. It is impossible to completely ignore your own feelings and render an impartial judgmentalism. Impartial judgment.
Ah! It is as you say. As I am now, I cannot hand down an impartial verdict.
Judge Courtney, why don't you tell me the truth?
Just what am I supposed to do?
Man, she's losing it. For Judge Courtney to become this distraught, I should find out exactly who she is searching for. Up until now, she has been wearing the mask of a judge. This time, I should be able to draw out her true feelings. I mean, it kind of makes sense that it's easier because she really is like... Unlike a lot of the other suspects or other people that we're playing logic chess with, they are normally very like stout and ready to fight, whereas she's off her game, like for sure. This time I should be able to draw out her true feelings. Judge Courtney, tell me who you are searching for.
My lips are sealed. That is not something I can talk about right now.
Are they gonna have me go specific and then broad again? Is the person you're searching for Sebastian, by any chance?
When Sebastian learned of his father's true colors, he went into hiding of his own free will. I'm worried about him, but this may be a trial he needs to overcome on his own. Since he went into hiding of his own accord, he could return whenever he wanted to.
Could it be the person you're searching for is unable to return under their own power?
In regards to that, my lips are sealed. I'm unable to talk about it right now. When I think about what might happen to that child if I talked.
That child? Could you tell me who are you referring to?
It's nothing. Please pay it no mind.
Judge Courtney's expression has changed. It seems I've managed to uncover a clue. Judge Courtney, blah blah blah. My lips are sealed. Let me try using that clue. Could it be you're searching for that child who has gone missing?
Ah!
Since you said it was a child, I presume they're of a young age, correct?
I simply cannot answer any questions about him. That boy has nothing to do with you or the president's assassination.
I don't have enough clues to proceed with this line of questioning. Maybe I should try another line of attack. Are you searching for the mighty Mozilla?
I don't have the time to play along with your jokes right now.
It's not a joke. Just a moment ago, you were surprised to learn that the president had been crushed by Mozilla, correct?
I was simply surprised by the president's cause of death. To think that he passed away at the temporary film lots of all places.
From the way you're talking, it seems you have a problem with where he died.
That's not true. It's just... Well, the presidents have passed away at a film lot, a place where dreams are made. I just thought it would be better if the movie's cast and crew remained unaware of the truth.
Very sorry to say this. However, the movie's cast and crew are already aware of the president's death. I encountered a female staff member in John Marsh at the crime scene.
No! Ah! How could it have come to this?
She seems to react strongly when it comes to the staff of the Mozilla film. This could be a useful clue. Judge Courtney, tell me who you are searching for.
My lips are sealed. That is not something I can talk about right now.
Let me try using that clue. Could it be that you're searching for that child who has gone missing?
Ah!
Since you said it was a child, I presume they're of a young age, correct?
I simply cannot answer any questions about him. That boy has nothing to do with you or the president's assassination.
Let me try using that clue. Earlier, when Mozilla was brought up, it seemed to be a sensitive topic for you. That child you spoke of involved with the Mozilla movie?
Ah! How do you know that?
You're usually so calm, yet you seem rather distraught right now. Please tell me, who was that child?
I understand. If you've come to know this much, I shall prepare myself for the worst. The child I'm searching for is a boy by the name of John Marsh.
John? Why do you want to know his whereabouts?
Well, that much I simply cannot say.
Judge Courtney, didn't you say you were prepared for the worst? Even if you don't intend to talk, I am determined to expose the truth. Hey, what's up, Light and Terra? That is my resolve. Why is she searching for John? I must get her to tell me the reason. Can it be that you're a fan of John Marsh?
Yes, that's right. I am a fan of John Marsh, the famous child actor who has been called a prodigy. I knew his movie was being filmed in front of the Grand Tower, so the temporary film lot had been on my mind.
I see. I suppose a fan would be curious about that. Did you know that John was at the temporary film lot?
Yes, of course I did. He said they would be filming there all day today, and yet...
You sound like a stalker. Did you hear that from him? It almost sounds as if John himself told you personally.
Ah,
I doubt he would give his schedule to a mere fan.
that's true, isn't it? Please don't pay any mind to that statement.
She made another slip of the tongue. She must be really worried about John. So, she has spoken with John. This could be a useful clue. Are you acquainted with John by any chance?
He is a famous movie star.
Still on a high from Sunday? What happened on Sunday? I've been like dead for 2 days, so I'm out of the loop. Yo, what's up, Volpit?
He is... I doubt there's anyone who doesn't know who he is.
I actually hadn't heard of him until I met with him today.
Well, doesn't that just make you a fucking plebeian then? That just proves you have much to learn. Allow me to give you a lesson. I know everything about him. My apologies. I seem to have lost my composure.
You tend to lose your calm whenever the conversation turns to John, don't you?
In any case, while I may know everything about John, it is a one-sided relationship.
That's not creepy at all. Let me try using that clue. I understand you're worried about him, but aren't you a bit too flustered? You told me earlier that you had spoken with John. Doesn't that prove that you are indeed acquainted with him? Oh, you got the first vid done? Nice.
Good old Slay the Spire. Ah! How could I have committed such an indiscretion?
It appears that John and Judge Courtney are acquainted. This could be a vital clue. Actually, we are searching for John as well. Would you happen to have any idea where he might be?
Why would you think that I would know where he is? John and I, there is no connection between us.
Let me try using that clue. I don't know what kind of relationship you have with John, but at the very least, the two of you must be acquaintances.
Eek!
Judge Courtney, won't you allow us to help you in your search for him?
Help? No, that won't be allowed.
Who wouldn't allow it? The so-called goddess of law?
The person who knows where that child is.
I see. Finally, I've connected all the pieces of the puzzle. The reason why you cannot easily talk about John was because someone kidnapped him, isn't that right? Probably Shelley the killer. Ah! Judge Courtney, I would like to hear the truth from your own lips.
I understand this time. I will truly be prepared for the worst. It's just as you deduced. Someone has kidnapped John.
As I thought, there was a kidnapping. Still, how is John's kidnapping related to you in any way?
John and I are... mother and child.
Oh, shit. I thought she was like his older sister, maybe, but I guess she'd have to be a significantly older sister. Wait, she's like 33, right? Or something like that? Yeah, you have a time limit, Volpe. Just like regular chess. Who's 33? Was that what's her face that died? One of the ladies is 33. But yeah, okay, so she's 26 and he's like what, 10? So like 16 years is a big difference, but it's not like unheard of, right? Jill Crane. She was like 30 something, wasn't she? Yeah, so I mean, 13 years isn't unheard of when it comes to like siblings. But yeah, so he has to be, he doesn't have to be, but it's likely that he's adopted. What? I was unable to learn much about the conversation she had with the president, but I have learned of John's kidnapping. It was an unexpected result, but with that, it's checkmate. Ha ha ha! I checkmated you. I got you to tell me that your son was kidnapped. You stupid, stupid person. Yeah, she'd been knocked up at 12, which is possible. Shouldn't do it, but it's obviously, biologically speaking, it's possible. In most cases where that happens, it is not, unfortunately, it is not consensual. Although, I think the law is right in that, in general, somebody of that age can't actually consent to it anyways. Just don't have the developed brain to truly consent to something like that. What? John is Miss Courtney's son? No way! I mean, he's already so big for him to be your...
Yes, John is indeed my son. Please look at this.
This is a clipping from a magazine.
It's an article about John. You always carry this around with you? Yes, I always keep it close by. It's like a charm for me.
Seems the bond that they share is a strong one. Yeah, you can't leave the realm unless you say checkmate. I'm sorry for your loss. Anyways, checkmate. However, are you absolutely certain that he's been kidnapped?
Yes, I received a call from the kidnapper just before the trial started.
Did he sound something like this? Because if so, I think I know who it might be. What were their demands?
They had only one demand, a not guilty verdict for Patricia Rowland.
I see. So that's what happened. Yeah, gee, where has this happened before? So that's why you were going to deliver a not guilty verdict earlier. No! Well, yes, but like also it would have been the correct decision considering they lost their evidence. But it is, I guess it would explain why she was ready to do it so quickly. Oh God. Was that the correct usage? I forget who it is, but somebody here gets absolutely distraught at the incorrect usage of begs the question. I forget who it was. It's not begs the question. That's just the voice I hear in my head.
I am not qualified to be a judge.
Oh, is it Brian? It's probably Brian. I think you're right.
A judge must be able to remain impartial and composed above all else. And yet, despite this, in the trial just now, I was about to hand down a verdict that was led solely by my heart.
Judge Courtney?
The goddess of law must be furious with me. But I simply couldn't do it. I couldn't hand down a fair verdict if it means I had to sacrifice my own son. Of course you can't!
Okay.
A real parent would never abandon their own child. If that makes the goddess of law angry, then maybe the goddess is the one who's wrong. The goddess is guilty. Guilty! Isn't that right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Indeed. To declare a goddess guilty. We're responsible for upholding the law, but at the same time, we are only human. Nobody would hand down a verdict that would sacrifice their own child. Somebody's never read Harry Potter, I see.
Thank you very much, Miss Faraday, Prosecutor Edgeworth. However, I cannot simply run away from this courtroom.
Hello, Randy. Light. Yeah, Brian, I think it's Brian, is it's like a pet peeve of his. Just like could care less is a huge pet peeve of mine because it just doesn't make sense in 99% of its uses. Yeah, I don't know why Kay didn't get a voiced objection. She didn't last game either. Like, why not? She's still a main character. I mean, I'm not sure how many people that have read Harry Potter even know what I'm talking about. No, Brian is not from Harry Potter, but in the fourth book, a father condemns his son to, I think Barty Crouch condemns Barty Crouch Jr. to life in prison for some long term. Yep, Barty Crouch. Now, the fourth book is what really got me in the series because I could not get through that first book and whenever it was released in the US and I was in middle school, like 98 or something like that, 97. Tried reading it. Nope. Still don't like the first book all that much. And then I skipped 2 books and then I was given the fourth book on tape and then I'm like, oh, this is sick. So then I got the real book and then I actually went back and read the other books and that's where my fandom came from. But yeah, very awkward route for the fandom. Judge Courtney, so this is where you've been. Right outside the courtroom. That makes a lot of sense, actually.
It appears it's time. Miss Courtney! My father, he was a prosecutor. Your father? Yes, he stood in court just like you. And now with all that has happened, it got me thinking, what if my father had been in the same position as you are now? If a prosecutor was being coerced into obtaining a guilty verdict? I know, if my life were on the line, my father would definitely come to steal me back. Steal you back? Miss Courtney, why don't you let us take care of it? What? I'm gonna go steal John back for you.
Isn't this kind of against what she just said? Didn't she imply that Courtney should be the one stealing him back? Got sidetracked by Percy Jackson? I see. I see. Well, I don't care isn't the pet peeve. The pet peeve is people saying, I could care less, when what they mean is I couldn't care less. Because them saying I could care less means that they do care some amount because they could possibly care less. I couldn't care less means it's rock bottom. There is no way I could possibly care any less than I do right now. It's just, it's such a lazy, like, just add the N and T to the word. Yeah, Light's got it right. You could care less? There you go. I'm sure some of you couldn't care less about the I could care less debate. That's why it's a pet peeve of mine.
As the second Yatagarasu, I, Cake Faraday, give you my word.
Courtney's like, she's a thief. I should probably have her arrested. So the great thief Yatagarasu plans to steal the truth, huh? What say you, Judge Courtney? Will you place your trust in our great young thief?
Let's try that again.
Will you place your trust in our young great thief?
I mean, if you don't know the difference between the two phrases, then just say it. I don't care, because that's straightforward.
Prosecutor Edgeworth?
And if it's all right with you, I wish to help as well.
Thank you very much. I know that it's really not my place to ask this of you, but please, do whatever you can. Please save John.
Okay, just a general, I just want a yes or a no. Does the game actually provide some explanation behind her parentage of John later? Because I'm curious as to whether we're supposed to think there's something like sinister behind it. Some like sinister backstory. Yes, okay. So I won't worry about that for now then.
You got it. Just leave everything to us. Allow me to leave my cell phone with you. You may get a call from the kidnapper at some point.
You have my word. I will ensure the safe return of your phone along with your son.
I will do everything in my power to prolong the trial. But even then, at most, the trial can only last for about 2 more hours.
2 hours, huh? So until 2 p.m. That's our time frame.
Wait, no! Take your lunch! Take your lunch, it's noon! You're afforded like an hour lunch anyways.
Actually, you could take longer than that if you want. You're the judge.
I must return to court. Miss Faraday, Prosecutor Edgeworth, I shall leave the rest to you.
Most of these trials seem to have like 10 a.m. or later starts. Which isn't really too out of the ordinary. I'd say on average, the trials that I was a part of started around 9 or 9:30. The first cases of the day would start at 8:30. But because of how backed up courts can be, they always try to fit something quick in. Like a couple quick things in before the longer trial starts. Because once that trial starts, they're not fitting anything in between that during that day, right?
Huh, Kay, I thought you were taking a break from being the great thief.
As of right now, the great thief Yatagarasu is back in business. All right, time to put on the gloves and hit the pavement. It's my first request, after all.
But your gloves were all... okay, whatever. Is that so? In that case, we better begin our investigation post-haste. If we hope to track down John... Well, of course he should get back before he's called back into the courtroom, because if he's called back into the courtroom and he's not there, then he would be tardy.
Well, you have like block hearings, right? I would assume. Yeah, they got rid of the dislike meter again. They like got rid of it, then brought it back, then got rid of it again.
We should probably begin our investigation from the front of the Grand Tower.
Hey, hold it, Mr. Edgeworth. You're not the one in charge anymore. From here on out, this is a job for a great thief, which means I'm the leader now.
If that's the case, then what am I supposed to do?
Mr. Edgeworth, you get to be the first ever great thief's assistant.
So I'm a thief's assistant now.
All right, later, Inquisitor. Oh, they're 1 hour hearings, so they're not block hearings. What I mean by block hearings is that you have a time, and then you have a bunch of cases that all fall within that time, like that could start at that time, and the order you take them is usually first come, first serve. A lot of misdemeanor courts are handled that way. But I mean, hours is a long time. I thought your average, well, you handle a lot of DUIs. So yeah, I suppose that would make sense that the hearings were a little longer. YouTube got rid of comments that are 30 seconds in? What do you mean? Yeah, it's true, but you also have to know what the judge's tendencies are. Some judges take longer than others on average. But you should still follow based on like their expectations. So even if a judge normally gets back at 1:30, but like the expectation is that you'd be there by 1, then you should always be there by 1, you know? Or a little earlier than 1, like you said. Oh, I see. So you can't comment. So you get rid of like firsts and stuff like that. You actually have to watch the video for more than 30 seconds before they'll accept your comment. I do like that. Yeah, that makes sense. Dislike playlist. I'll show you. Let's go through my dislike playlist today. I mean, I as a content creator, I completely agree with the people that say it's bullshit to get rid of dislike stuff. If I make bullshit and it's garbage, you should tell me that it's bullshit and garbage. And people should be able to see it, because that's like a consequence. Oh, I could see it, yeah. But that's not really a huge consequence. Because nobody else is going to be able to see it. I don't really get punished for making something I shouldn't have made. Yeah. Which can happen if like the bailiff will in those situations will generally come in and say like, "Hey, judge is here a little early. Is wondering if everyone was ready. We could just start right away." If we are, yeah. If we're not, you know, he's not gonna get mad because he, you know, again, he he or she, they set the expectation. So they're not going to be mad if they do something to fuck up those expectations. I agree. I don't think there's any reason to. The only reason I would comment early on in a video is if there's something that happens that I have a question about or a comment about, and I don't want to forget it, especially if it's a longer video. But I also don't tend to I'll like write it down, like in Word or something, as opposed to posting it, because it's possible that my question gets answered throughout the course of the video, right? It just depends. Oh, I agree with that, Easy. Just disliking just to dislike is... You're not being overly helpful. I also prefer, like, actual feedback. Because at least I know then, oh, that's why you disliked it. Sometimes I'll go, oh, you know what? Thank you. You know, that makes sense. I'll avoid that in the future. Or sometimes you get, like, when people would comment on the Corpse Party videos like, I hated that you voiced over the voices. And I'm like, I made it very clear that I was going to do this, and I knew some people would dislike it, and some people would like it. So, you know, that's fine that you share, but unless there's a bunch of you saying that, I'm probably not going to change what I do. But again, at least you told me what the dislike was for. Am I going to be a little snarky on the comeback? Probably, but I was just like, oh man, you know, I did mention that I was going to do that, so sorry if you didn't like it. Fortunately, there are a lot of other playlists of this game available on YouTube for you to watch instead of my own video. I've only disliked like 2 videos in 8 years or whatever. 9 years of being heavily active on YouTube. That makes sense to write it down in the comment box and not post it. Because then you can just like keep adding to it too, so it's one comment. Which for me, as a content creator, like it's actually a lot easier for me to read. Like, oh, I just go through and then I can address each one in one post instead of having to go through several different posts. But also as a content creator, I'm like, man, yeah, you know, that was more convenient. It looks tidier. But also more comments is better for me. So if you do it the other way too, it doesn't bother me. In terms of like, there's an upside to that. Yeah, I definitely understand disliking clickbait stuff. I generally just don't watch those people anymore. Yeah, I mean, I agree. It, like, you want to know which videos are good and which ones are not so good. Especially since tutorials are a big part of YouTube. That's like my dad's entire YouTube usage is tutorials. How is he gonna know now which ones are good and which ones are bad? Like, just, yeah. They're not protecting content creators, like me at least. They're protecting businesses that pay them money. That's what YouTube is doing, because they're all, you know, upset that their shit gets disliked bombed because they created garbage, and they want to be insulated against, you know, consequences of creating a garbage. Oh yeah, that makes sense too, Tara. I guess I normally don't run into videos like that, personally. A Logic chess tier list? I could, but that's not gonna be for a while, because I don't even remember half of them. I mean, so I used to think there was never good clickbait, and I used to be ashamed of myself for the titles that you see in these videos, because I consider that clickbait. But I was convinced by other people that, well, sure, it's clickbait in that you're trying to grab attention with like a really like, oh, sort of sensationalist title, but also you're not lying. You're providing exactly what the title says you're providing. But I really grappled with not doing that initially. And unfortunately, while I wish I wouldn't have to do that, if I didn't do that, I don't think the channel would have gotten all the views on the Phoenix Wright videos that it did. Especially if you look at analytics and you see that that's exactly what people are searching for. And that's how they find the channel. Yeah, you wouldn't have found me. The only way people would have found me is if it somehow got associated with another big video and you saw me in recommendeds. But would you have clicked on it if the real lawyer thing wasn't there? Probably not. Okay. Hold up. The issue with free speech, First Amendment at least, when we're talking about First Amendment right to free speech, we're talking about the government. We're not talking about private businesses. YouTube doesn't have to allow you free speech if they don't want to. They're a private business. They can set whatever they can set these rules if they want to. Yeah, if I didn't say real lawyer as just any other playthrough, would you have clicked it? Probably not. It's not like I have the most amazing thumbnails in the world. You wanted better lawyer content. I shouldn't say better, but I mean more. I would say my content is significantly more relatable, down to earth than Legal Eagles or like BuzzFeed's, because they come from a different perspective that I think is a little, I personally think, is a little less interesting to the average person and can create misconceptions. I've heard about Save Data. Somebody was, I've never seen Save Data stuff. I know who they are, but I've never like watched their stuff. Somebody I remember in chat a while ago was complaining that they were like, I don't like their playthroughs because they whine too much. About like, because the game is unfair or something like that, which it didn't make me want to go watch it, I'll tell you that, but I don't know if that's true or not. I don't tell people not to go watch their stuff because I honestly don't know. But that's really all I've heard about their stuff. Only one person's really talked about it extensively. But yeah, I mean, YouTube can limit the speech and like they have the right to do that. Because the idea is, well, if you don't like it, they're a business, they're a private business, you don't have to use their platform. You can go use a different platform. It's different with the government because if you are living under that government, you have no other choice. If you want to be there, if I want to live here, I have to abide by the rules of the Wisconsin government and the United States federal government. I don't have a choice. The only choice would be to not live here, which is significantly different than I just don't have to click on this website anymore, right? I don't have to use this laundromat whose policies I disagree with. Yeah, that's the reasoning behind that. A lot of people incorrectly use free speech when they start complaining about places like Twitter and YouTube. These people obviously have no fucking idea what free speech even means. It's just a big roll of my eyes. And these are the people that'll speak the most loudly about their rights that they don't even fucking understand. Oh, God. Did we... Lugia, did we hit, We did. Okay. I just want to make sure we had an updated like-o-meter. It's not really easy to misunderstand, though, if you actually take the time to learn about it. Government versus not the government. Like that, maybe that is difficult for some people to understand. To me, that seems very straightforward. Is YouTube the government? No. So they're probably don't have to adhere to what you think free speech law is. The idea of the term free speech in the United States isn't just the right to say what you want to say. It's the right to practice your own religion, stuff like that. It's not just the speech that comes out of your mouth. But again, if we're talking about in the First Amendment way, which protects free speech, it only applies to the government. YouTube can do what they want. You don't have the right to free speech on YouTube. They're their own private business. That's just it. That's the bottom line. But that's the thing. Speech isn't just what you're saying. It's like, I practice a religion in the privacy of my own home, but I can do that without being persecuted. Pressing a button is a form of expression, right? You're communicating the way you feel about something. So in a way, it is speech. Right, exactly. Because there is no such thing as absolute free speech. You can't incite violence and then be like, oh, free speech! Free speech! Like, no, you were inciting violence, dickhead. Hi, Iris. Sure, you're right, Maxim, but then what happens? You stop using it. So it's not a matter of whether or not I think I don't think what YouTube did is correct in terms of the best way to treat its consumers. But that doesn't matter. They had the ability to do it. That's what I'm saying. Then what happens if people start disliking it? We should stop using the platform. But it's not enough for me personally to start disliking the platform. But it's things start to add up. It depends on how my eye is, Trep. Which, it's okay right now, but it could start acting up. Sure, YouTube is a monopoly, but there are alternatives, and if people really want... All right, later, Nemo. If people are really upset with YouTube, they will go somewhere else. Because enough people will do it eventually. It's in the hands of the people to make other competition. Twitch is a competitor as far as streaming goes, but not content creating, right? You have to go Dailymotion, Vimeo, Mixer's gone. What was the other one that was big for a little while? D-List? Is that still a thing? Facebook? Facebook is also becoming more of a competitor. Like there are competitors out there. You just have to use them more. The more you use them, the more other people are going to use them, and the more content they're going to start, getting on their side, and then the less YouTube, the more money YouTube starts to lose, and then they have to react to that. Yeah, TikTok too. That's actually a good point. TikTok is a content creating site. Well, and you can always use comments too. I feel like shit, Iris, but it's getting better. I hope gifted memberships get here soon. I know they've talked about it, but man, they need to get on that. What source is going to pay YouTube money if no one's using if nobody's actually consuming their product? Like, there is logic behind there's it's difficult, but ultimately if nobody's consuming YouTube content, there's going to be less sources to provide them with that pivot. The problem is that enough people have to actually do that. But if nobody does it, then that's never going to happen. But again, if nobody's watching YouTube, what's the point of it? Why would businesses continue to interact with it instead of moving on to what other people are moving to? It is absolutely fallible. Right, but if nobody's watching YouTube, who are you advertising to? Why would I, as a company, pay to put advertisements on a site that no one's watching? They're not going to dump money into something that nobody's watching. Without viewers, you have no reason to put money into advertising that. Just because a premise is unlikely to happen doesn't mean it can't happen. The way you're presenting it is very misleading. Protests can absolutely cause tangible change. It's just a matter of, is there enough substance behind the protests? Are there enough people? You're saying it in an absolute that is 100% incorrect. You are saying, generally speaking, or a majority of, or a great number of. Are you saying protests cause no tangible change in the net viewers? That's an absolute. Well, as an American, I have a lot of faith in protests. We wouldn't be where it was without great protests in the nation. So because that's what's happened in the past, it can never happen, right? You do realize that it's going to happen, right? Like, it's actually going to happen. People are going to stop using YouTube at some point. That is a certainty, because YouTube will not last forever, just because nothing lasts forever. Things change, technology changes. Actually, no, I'll take that back, because that's an absolute. It's very likely that it will eventually happen. Protests are very effective. It's just enough people have to get behind them. Just because people have it doesn't mean it can't happen. Why do you think so many companies like have to respond to bad publicity? Because if their stuff gets boycotted, they will be damaged by it. Otherwise, they wouldn't care. Well, eventually, it has to, not using YouTube because it's not matching up with whatever you want to happen is a protest. That is, by definition, a protest. If you say, YouTube isn't keeping up with the time, so I'm not going to use their stuff anymore, you're protesting it. That's absolutely my point. Anytime something differs from the way you want it to be and you stop using it, you are protesting its lack of, matching up with what you are looking for and what you're looking to consume. Exactly. Having this defeatist attitude of, oh, it'll never change, is absolutely ridiculous. That is exactly how things never change. Eventually, YouTube will very likely fail to keep up with what the public wants, and the public, in protest of that, will stop watching. People do have a finite amount of patience, though. Eventually, if they continue to do things that people disagree with, eventually they will. That their use will go kaput. No, Brian. Don't attempt to deflect. Go back to what I said before. It is a protest. Address that, because that's what we're talking about. So if people stop using YouTube's services because it doesn't line up with what they want, that is protest. Okay, so then it is going to happen. That is going to happen. So we can move on to another topic then. And this whole it'll never make an impact is wrong. Just flat out wrong. No, it doesn't have to be everyone. It just has to be a significant portion of their base. But I'm not talking about past protests. So why does that matter? I'm talking about what would need to be done in the future. I'm not demanding you do anything. In that case, what you're saying is what you did is just say, oh, it's probably not going to work. In which, okay, fine. Shrug. Doesn't gonna stop anybody from trying to get things done or changing it. Has it only been 15 minutes? I felt like it's been longer than that. I don't know what I'm gonna do yet, Trep, by the way. I'm not sure. Because, I mean, yesterday was never... It was I hope to do this, but I'm not 100% sure, so it was never a set in stone makeup. Oh, sure. No, I agree with you. There's effective protesting, and then there's ineffective protesting based upon what you do to actually organize it and how you get people behind your message. Yeah, there was some. There was an effect on both sides, to be honest. Like, yeah, okay. It hasn't worked in the past. Okay, that doesn't demonstrate anything other than it didn't work in the past. Okay. I guess that's the end of that. The 8th. This stream and 3 more. Hold on. Let me look at the calendar really quick. Okay, so Wednesdays, Mondays, and then Wednesdays. That's probably fine, because then we have 1-2 weeks of 4 streams of something else before we get to the Great Ace Attorney, probably on that in that last week. I'll probably just play Final Fantasy VII integration to finish that playthrough during those 2 in between weeks. It's not like I have a ton of that game left to go. I could probably finish in 4 streams. So that's probably fine without having to add another stream. No, because that's being results oriented, which I disagree with. Just because something didn't work before doesn't mean it can't work in the past with a little tweaking, or it can't work in the future without either some changing or just a different set of circumstances. For me, it's more about the method, not the result. I don't know, Trep would have a better idea than I would. Like, if I make a specific argument in court and X judge doesn't agree with it, it doesn't mean it was a bad argument. It just meant that X judge didn't agree with it. If I go up to Y judge, then, in different circumstances, they could agree with it. No, Brian's a mainstay, and I respect his discourse. I just don't agree with it for the reasons I just told you. I'm not results oriented because I think that's flawed thinking. When we're talking about complex subjects like this, where there are many factors that can determine what happens. Oh God, Maxim, you. Sure, if I did the same thing in front of 1,000 judges, it would make it less likely that I'm correct and that the evidence or the presentation was correct. Have there been 1,000 sustained YouTube protests in which a great number of people actually get behind it because YouTube continues to make change after change after change after change? What about civil rights protests? In the 60s, was that the first civil rights protest that ever happened in the United States? No. It's just the most effective one. Yeah, there's no reason to be jumping down Brian's throat. There's nothing that he's saying that's unreasonable. I just don't agree with it. What is it? What's the difference? Well, all right, let's go back to what Tom was talking about, though. If you don't want to talk about citizens' protests, let's talk about Tom's example of the NFL. People protested by not watching the NFL. This had a tangible effect on the way the NFL went about what it allowed, and not just the NFL, but also the NBA, the MLB, because they saw what happened and we're like, we're not going to allow that. We don't want the same issue. Now, if they truly didn't care about it because the protests, that loss of viewership really wouldn't affect anything, why would they care? They wouldn't have had to have worried about it. It's like, oh, well, we get our money enough from everywhere else that we don't really care. You keep doing your thing. We're not going to lose a substantial viewer base. You know, whatever. Yeah, I'll see that point. Although what's really interesting is the voter base seems to be... I mean, last election was a little different. But the voter base seems to be going back to being apathetic again, unfortunately. But that could then lead to change because but it needs consumers. It needs consumers. And if you have less consumers, then you're not viable and people aren't going to. That gets back to what we were talking about in the beginning. If there are less consumers, then advertisers have less reason to pay you as much as they're paying you. Another example that I can think of recently is the World Wrestling Entertainment. How their, was it TNT or whoever they have a contract with, are super pissed because the viewership's going down because people don't like what they're seeing. And if they were to renegotiate, if they're going to negotiate an extension, they're probably going to say, I'm not paying you as much money because viewership's going down, because people are protesting the product that they're viewing. Keep those lips moist. Yeah, I mean, I agree. It's just that seems to ignore that the reason people are giving you money from those other sources is because of your consumers. Without your consumers, they have no reason to pay you. And as much as I'm enjoying this, the problem is now my argument has come full circle in that I'm back to where I was at the beginning, with examples of you lose consumers, you lose money, and that is something that companies have to worry about, which is what can happen with YouTube. So it's probably not super beneficial for me to continue without it being just, you know, twirling around in a waltz on a dance floor over and over and over and over again. Yeah. And what happened with AEW? They started off small, but they've grown because more people started watching them. That's what a competitor for YouTube would have to do. And some people are gonna fail. Mixer tried with their big splashes with like Ninja and shit, right? Sort of in the same way that Impact tried their big splashes, getting all those old guys to, you know, come out of return. They had like Hogan and Macho Man and stuff like that. But Impact, not that Impact failed utterly, but they're not in the same realm as the WWE anymore. They've kind of settled into their own niche. But yeah, I'll agree with your position on the significant difference between consumer protests and citizen protests. But again, for showing examples of what I just did, don't see the point of just being like, oh, well, it hasn't worked in the past. Well, I would agree with that too, because the more alike they are, the easier it is. If one thing affects one person and everybody's alike, it's very likely then to affect everyone else more likely. to affect everyone else the same way, right? I agree with that. So does sports, though, and it like we said, that had a tangible effect on sports. That was a big deal. All you need to know in this case, Volpe, is that lots of people watch sports. And if something happens in which the sports organizations are concerned that it's going to greatly affect their viewership, they will take action. All right, let's get going. The great thief Yatagarasu takes flight once again. She's got the Chun-Li jump there. I wish I could do that without, like, tearing my quadriceps. Oh no, I think that's gonna start becoming a problem. Like, there's been enough people complaining about that shit already. I guarantee you the policy changes next season because of how many complaints they get about it. The problem is that trials aren't nearly as interesting as sports. There's a lot less. I mean, there's like theater, but it's also like, it's just not like the play-by-play isn't as exciting. See, I disagree with that. I think sports has the most diverse consumer base in the United States. How can something so large, a base so large, not be diverse? I'm not taking the position that it can't be. I'm just curious as to what the thought behind that is. Because it just seems more likely the larger the base is, the more diversity within that base. Yeah, it does matter. But again, it's not like every protest is going to be successful. It has to, like, pull a substantial number of people or it's not going to matter. Like, what's the commonality among sports fans that makes it non-diverse? That we're all competitive? I think the more broad you get about the commonalities, the less strong it is. I'd say the Democratic Party is very diverse in its views. I think the people that think otherwise aren't really in tune with its current state. Maybe at one point they were more uniformed. And that's what I'm saying, Tom. Like, the more broad and the more generalized you are about, like, saying these people are alike, like, we know the more flawed the assertion is. Like, you want to get to these people are all alike down to the, like, most specific assertion or point possible. Oh, sure, yeah. Of course eye color doesn't matter. That's not what I'm saying. Yeah, absolutely. And quite frankly, Tom, I would have been somebody that 15 years ago would have made a similar assumption about the party that I am not a part of. But seeing what happened over the past, 6 years, now I know that there is actually a lot of diversity within it. And you can't just assume that they're going to have a specific, they're too wild that people get drunk a lot. Depends on what parties you're going to. Hey, final. Probably never. I mean, I've got my Among Us done. Yeah, we're more focused on. I understand that you're focused on your, you know, your specific distinction of a party versus a smaller state, but I'm more focused on my initial question, which is, or I should say issue, which is why aren't sports fans diverse? What makes it so that they're not as diverse? Because for me, it's about how specific are you being in terms of categorizing and generalizing everyone. Anything that's a sport. It doesn't have to be team sports. That sort of thing happens in individual sports too. Tennis, golf, boxing, MMA, badminton. That sort of thing. Ooh. Huge disagree on that because sports fans literally have tons of fans in every race that's available to be. that is available within our current pool of genetics. And with the political affiliation, like, sure, again, there's the main two-party system, but there's a lot of diversity within those two parties themselves. So, yeah, I mean, I'm... How so? Well, then there has to be diversity within the sports fan when you're talking about political affiliation and race. Here we are, the scene of the crime. Let's get to work.
Now, say it with me, Mr. Edgeworth.
Say what?
Even in the depths of night.
No.
Oh, come on, say the rest with me.
And why should I do that?
Because the great thief Yatagarasu has arrived on the scene. If we don't say the introduction, it just doesn't feel right.
I have no intention of becoming a thief.
Fine then, I'll do it by myself. Even in the depths of night, when no other bird dares to take flight, one alone soars to shine the light of righteousness on the world's blight. And that one is me, for I am the great thief Yatagarasu.
Yes, Kay, I know you are. I, on the other hand, am starting the investigation.
You're no fun.
We don't have time for fun. We only have until 2 o'clock. We need to begin making inquiries immediately.
Oh, that'd be interesting if they actually gave us a timer. Good thing we have a photo so we can get right on, so we can go right ahead and start asking around.
She is a sort of. She didn't call herself a ninja, but she calls herself a thief.
And I would say everything that we stated is relevant, that we stated at least, was relevant to the issue that we were talking about. So I would say it's very diverse. Because a lot of factors within sports play into that diversity. What people like. And so it would be comparable to YouTube. But yeah, so I already stated my reasons, but yes, I disagree with they absolutely can be affected by protests. Are they gonna have to be stronger protests, more concentrated amongst like a larger amount of people? Yes. But can it happen? Absolutely. Fan fictions? Well, that's why I said the timer would be really interesting. Because we've never had, at least not that I can think of, like an actual timer before. Okay. Hey buddy, what's wrong? Your face looks so serious. Have you picked up any passengers here today? Oh, I sure did. But it was only one group. What did they look like? It was a pair of men. They were both wearing black. You happen to see a small boy with them? Here's a picture of him. Nope, it was just the two guys. I understand. Thank you for your cooperation. I was hoping he would have some more information for us, but I guess not. Hey, John! I guess he's not here. This basket looks pretty suspicious to me, but... It certainly does. Huh? What's wrong, Mr. Edgeworth? Why are you touching the truck? The truck's body is cold to the touch. It seems to have been parked here for some time. You can figure all that out just by touching it?
Considering the length of time it's been parked here, the driver must not be nearby. I suppose we won't be able to ask them any questions until they return. You there!
Thank you for your hard work, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
I'm not a prosecutor at the moment, but I'll keep quiet about that for now. Thank you. What are you doing here?
Sir, I'm on guard duty.
Then could you tell me about the cars that have passed through here today?
The only ones that came through here were that taxi and that blue truck.
So, 2 different vehicles came through this place. This is valuable information.
Hey! Sup, Will?
Long time no see, Mr. Edgeworth.
I think he's the only guy I've ever given a deeper voice than Bad to. And it's not like that much different, but just I put a little more effort into being as low as possible.
This is Will Powers. He is an action star I met in a previous case. He also played the role of the Steel Samurai, warrior of Neo-Old Tokyo. It's been a long time.
Pleased to meet you. I'm Kay Faraday, a great thief. Some stuff has happened, so now Mr. Edgeworth is my assistant.
Nice to meet you, but the thief, Mr. Edgeworth, is your assistant?
Please, pay it no heed. More importantly, I'd like to ask you some questions about the case.
Okay, I don't know if I'll be much help, though.
He's an actor who has been working with John. It may be a bit sudden, but let's hear what he has to say.
I had heard that you were handling the investigation for this case, but...
I mean, yeah, look how fucking orange this dude is. That's gonna make him more memorable. Bad reasons. If it's a role where his face is masked, it's probably it. He does not look good in orange, because nobody looks good in orange.
Well, that's not the prosecutor in charge, though.
But if you're the assistant, does this mean that Kay is in charge?
No, this is just a simple
You've got a good eye on you. You're completely right.
She jumped at the chance.
Since I'm in charge here, I'd like you to answer a few questions post-haste, and please be frank. Did anything happen to catch your eye? Ergo, didn't you notice anything?
Shouldn't you just ask, did you notice anything? Didn't you notice anything is more leading. Well, I guess it's fine to be leading here.
Who is she trying to imitate?
Be frank, huh? Well, I feel sorry for the victim, but I can't help but worry about what will happen with the filming room.
God, there's no room there.
I can't help but worry about what will happen with the filming from now on.
No, that's only natural. Still, I would think that filming would be difficult now.
I knew it. This is bad. We can only use this location for a little while longer, too.
Is the filming almost complete then?
No, but construction will begin here soon, so we won't be able to film here anymore. We're only using this vacant lot until construction begins.
Well, the rest of the movie will be filmed at Global Studios.
Things aren't looking good. There's even some people spreading bad rumors.
Bad rumors?
Lately, journalist has been coming by repeatedly saying, This film lot's hiding a real monster, I reckon. There ain't no use hiding it and stuff like that.
I have a feeling I know who you're talking about.
Yes, it was that photographer from before.
You're not actually hiding a real monster, are you?
Of course not. If there really was one, I'd be out of a job.
It seems they're putting a lot of work into this movie.
That's because this is our first attempt at making a sequel to an old classic. Global Studios is pouring their heart and soul into this one.
I wish they'd put that much effort into making a new Steel Samurai series. What role are you playing this time, Mr. Powers?
I'm playing the mighty Mozilla.
Wow, you're the main character!
Well, much obliged. I'm wearing a full-body costume again, so my face won't be seen this time either.
I see. That costume sure is cool, though. I want to try wearing it, too. I know, how about next time you let me get in the costume? Maybe just the horn part?
That's not really possible. You can't get inside the horns.
Well, I guess that makes sense. I'm not in the Screen Actors Guild, after all.
I don't think that's what he means. Oh, man. Speaking of which, come on. I feel the stinging, and it's about to come out, and then it subsides. God damn it. Just sneeze already. The Netflix adaptation of Cowboy Bebop's really interesting. I think if you compare it too much to the original, you're going to be highly disappointed. But if you take it as its own different thing, with just some references here and there, that'll make you go, oh yeah! It's actually quite fun. I would like to ask you some questions about John.
About John? I heard about it from the girl on staff.
Dude still doesn't know Penny's name. He's been working with her for years. Wow, I guess that's just how not memorable or unremarkable she is, huh? You should, Volpe. It's really good. And then it burns like a motherfucker light. Sure, some remakes are better than the originals. I'd argue what I've seen of the Doom remake so far versus the Doom movie is better than the remake. What did I say? Did I say him? She is passive. But I guess I'm just more considerate about people. I just don't forget people because they're unremarkable. The people I try to forget the most are the ones that have had a negative influence on my life. Because there's no need to remember that negativity if it's not, like, helping in any way. Penny Nichols is a dime a dozen. Ah! I have not heard that song by Starbomb. You were watching Neon Genesis Evangelion, so what do you think of that so far? If you woke up as a lawyer in the Ace Attorney universe, could you adjust or would you go insane? I think Brian's probably right. You're saying I woke up as I am right now, right? Because then, yes, I'd probably go insane. Hey, drawing quarter. All right, somebody, Brian just put like, so Seth layeth down the bun The bottom bun. It's a bottom bun and burger. Brian just put a bunch of toppings on it. So who can top off with the top bun? Twain Scuzz, it does not need to be a thing. If you really want it to be a thing, though, I'm sure Talvez will oblige. How much do I know about the Trauma Center games? Just what I've seen from the Game Grumps playthroughs, which are really funny. That's a game I really would love to see my wife play on, like get my wife to play on stream, because she'd be like, "This is so fucking stupid." She works in the medical field. It would be quite the shock. Quite the shock. The lyrics in Sandstorm by Darude? Yeah. Poetry. As you are right now, but with Pearl's voice, I wouldn't get any respect. Who's the purple hair girl in Evangelion that's Epsteining the main character? Hey! Booty consumer. You bite your tongue. Misato is not Epsteining the main character. She's a mother surrogate. I hear slander of Misato's name. I'm sure you could. Just ask him. He will definitely do that. Anything to put Asuka up and poke fun at me, he will do. Evangelion? Neon Genesis Evangelion? Whatever I say, I'm not the one that just created a slander out of thin air. Oh yeah, I forgot we had that. Thank you, JB. Yeah, of course. I'd ping everybody about it. Why? Because she fucks Kaji, her ex-boyfriend? I don't want to spoil anything for Volpe. Like, what's sus about that? She never has sex with Shinji, or molests him, or does anything like that. Well, okay, Creature, if this helps, you might get sad watching the original Eva, but if you then watch Rebuild of Evangelion, which I actually like Rebuild more than the original. And the original was my favorite anime, so Rebuild is my favorite anime now. But I would still suggest watching the original before watching Rebuild, because if you watch the original and then watch Rebuild, you are going to be so hyped by the end. Like, it's a different vibe. It's just a different vibe. Like, he intentionally, like, alters things in a way where the series is supposed to have a different impact on you. Maybe hype's not the word, but you don't come out of it sad. Let's put it that way. The Wiimotes do seem like they'd be kind of difficult. Well, I guess I would think that Ace Attorney would be less attractive if it had that shit going on, but was also like dark and depressing. Because the offsetting like nature of the lightheartedness between the the characters and the animation versus the actual hellhole that is their legal system is a really nice balance. Or maybe it's not that it wouldn't be successful, but I couldn't see them like the franchise having so many games. Yeah, Light's been thinking about this. Not much action in Ape. How many episodes have you watched? Well, that's what I'm saying, is that it is amusing. It's more... having trouble putting together what I'm trying to say. It's more amusing in a way that you want more. You just want more of it. As opposed to like, you play some games where it's like, there isn't that sort of amusing dichotomy, and you like the game, but when you're done with the game, you're like, that was enough. I don't need to play another one of these games ever again. Yeah, that's true. Pokemon would be if they had it more realistic or whatever. Why didn't they? I thought Trauma Center's art style was fine. Oh, because you know, Brian, burgers are her comfort food. She has lots of burgers. I need Tauros meat! All you feed me is puffins! That's my knee! Second best awesome cartoon created by Ego Raptor. Hey, sometimes streams just turn into just chatting. You're not willing to roll with the punches? Then you better learn to
Improvise, adapt, overcome.
Yeah, not as good. I get what he was going for. It wasn't bad. It just wasn't... I think he just tried to do a little too much, and it kind of fell a little flat. Yeah, apparently Maxim does. Okay, so the lag is still happening, but it seems to only happen now. I don't know if you guys have noticed it earlier. It's happening now that I'm on Firefox, but I don't know if it was happening before that. Maxim, you spelled judgment wrong. Everybody thinks judgment has an E in it. I mean, 2 E's in it. It only has 1 E. Alright, time to take over.
Now he suddenly vanished from right in front of you guys. That's just like him.
Does he do that a lot?
I'd say so. During filming breaks, if you even took your eyes off him for a moment, he'd be gone.
You have any idea as to where he might have gone?
I don't know, but I ran into him as he was leaving the film lot.
What? Really? Where'd John go?
I saw him get in the trailer, but when I was checking the equipment, he was gone again.
The trailer, huh? There might still be some traces of him left behind. Mr. Powers, could you show us the trailer?
Sure thing. It's a bit of a mess right now, though.
Let's take him up on his offer and examine the inside of the trailer. Okay, can we go to the fucking trailer? Where's the trailer? Is this the trailer? Well, John's seat.
It's over there, where that backpack is sitting.
Something is sticking out of the bag. This is a tape?
Oh, it's a tape for filming. Why does John have one?
Did he film something? This might be a clue. Is there any way to check its contents?
We have a monitor to look over the footage that was filmed. We can use that. Now then, let's see what's on the tape.
It looks like when John was practicing. The monster's footprints can be seen as well, so this must have been recorded last night.
He does that sometimes. When he's not happy with his performance, he'll sneak onto the set to practice by himself.
A little perfectionist. Wow, he really is hardworking.
He sure is. Although he's young, he's a real pro. He never rests until he's satisfied. Then again, I can't say that I approve of him using the equipment without asking.
John is able to operate the equipment all by himself. Oh God, they accept the other spelling? Disappoint. I guess that's becoming more of a thing now, right? Where something is like spelled one way so often that even though it's not correct, it's generally like accepted as an alternative. God. Tom shitting all over my understanding of language. What do you mean you were right? You weren't right. What you typed was generally accepted. But the way the command is actually typed is correct. Edgeworth definitely needs some therapy. I'm not sure he could sustain a romantic relationship. No, it doesn't mean it's correct. It just means that people got tired of having to correct others, so they're just like, fuck it. Doesn't mean within the language itself it follows the rules correctly. I do wish that the command would work with either spelling. I guess I could just have two commands, right? I didn't think about that. I will say I am definitely a have been guilty of misusing literally, although I usually did it ironically, but I perpetuated that misuse and I regret everything. So only in British English is it an accepted term. In American, it's not. Well, since this is an American stream. Cue the I am a real American music. I mean, like, I used to, But now it's to a point where there's a lot of words that we use today that probably had their meanings warped over time, right? So, like, I agree it's obnoxious, but, like, it's just something that's kind of inevitable with the evolution of language. Yeah. Solid argument, Maxim. Solid argument.
More or less, if it's just basic filming.
Huh? What's wrong? Why isn't John on the screen anymore? I think he ran off somewhere just a few seconds before this. How about we rewind the tape? Did he go somewhere while the camera was still recording? Rewind it! The tape ends here. It looks like this is all that was recorded. No one else is on camera except for John. Huh. Hold on. I need to check something real quick. I agree with you, Lynch, but I understand the position of, even though it's like that's where it's rooted, it's still more broad than the initial intent. But like for me, I think that sort of pivot isn't like, as long as I can understand what you're saying, I don't tend to lose too much sleep over it. All right, let me, see, I want to check something. Well, Trep, I think that pretty much confirms that it works. Okay, so this was the trailer, right? Pieces of film equipment have been placed here. Are you filming today?
No, we had to stop filming for a day. Since a box has disappeared.
A box? What is he talking about? Did Maxim say something naughty in Russian? I mean, it could be the blank. It's the blank. Oh no, Kay made me her partner.
Yeah, there was some equipment in that box.
Dude, I found out, now, this wouldn't have been my choice, but to be completely honest, I still 100% would have went for it. So, for those that don't know, Honkai Impact is like the predecessor to Genshin Impact. It's very similar in like art style and like gameplay and stuff like that. There's some definite differences. Genshin, a lot of people I think would say Genshin polished a lot of the things that was a little rough with Honkai. They did an Evangelion crossover with Honkai, and you could get Asuka as a playable character. And I thought that was sick. And I'm hoping to God they do that with Genshin at some point, because holy fucking shit would that be awesome. And her like weapon was the lance of Longinus. Oh my god. Oh. International Man of Mystery. What is he saying, Miles? What? Too many bends on the legs? I don't think I've ever noticed what you're talking about. And now I'm probably gonna like notice it and I'm never gonna be able to unsee. And me on account of being dead. Oh man.
I take my eyes off of it for a few seconds and look what happens.
So there's a thief among us? Exactly what was stolen?
Nothing much, actually, just the box is missing.
Why would someone steal a box? Personally, I would have taken the stuff inside.
Wasn't Apollo an orphan though? I mean, that could be reason for, but I guess he didn't even realize like how crazy it was until the game, right? Well, see, that's the thing. You don't have to spend money on it. That's what makes it a great game. It's an amazing game that you can play for free. Or you can be like me and spend money on it. I've definitely spent more money on it than I should, but I still quite enjoy it. It's my favorite game to play right now. An orphan taking a family photo is called a selfie. Wow. Do your parents have to be dead in order to be considered an orphan? If you were not like raised by your parents? Not that. Because he still had parents, right? And that's the case. If that's the case, the status of his mother, I don't think matters. It was some shade of darkness. But yeah, Genshin's free. It doesn't cost anything to play. You only put money into it if you want to like min-max your account and like get all the characters. But if you're okay with just like saving resources and implementing them, implementing their use when you want to for specific characters, then you'll be fine. You don't ever have to spend money. What is going on with my Windows? It keeps like resetting. Or like refreshing, not resetting. Why would someone steal a box? Personally, I would have taken the stuff inside. They probably wanted the box more than whatever was inside it. They plan to put something inside the box. It's already 12:30. I wonder how Miss Courtney and the others are holding up. I'm sure Mr. Shields is committing all sort of disbarable offenses. How long will they be able to prolong the trial? We gotta hurry and find John. Indeed. Aw, heck no, that ain't how it's done. Yes! You ain't gotta catch a scoop like you ain't gonna catch a scoop like that. Fuck, what was Nicole's voice though? So the actual definition of orphan is that parents must be dead? So, what are you considered if your parents just abandon you? Just an abandoned child? Did I give her a southern accent? I love Nicole's design so much. Well, wouldn't lack of guardian make them a ward? Well, no, I guess they're not technically a ward until the state actually intervenes. They're just like roaming the streets. Then they're urchins. God. Yeah, I loved What's-Her-Face's Sonic hair too. Because if it's Southern, I'm gonna have to do something to distinguish the two. A foundling? Kate, yeah. Yeah, because all their dads died in war. I don't know, we'll see, Trep. Not sure how much longer. Kind of gave her a voice like it's like a lower, like a slightly more mature K, I guess, would be the best way to put it. Okay, good. So I don't have to do anything weird to like distinguish between the two. Sorry, Chief. What am I always telling you? We're beasts, scoop-eating beat animals, not beasts. It's scoop or starve. What? It's scoop or starve. No story, no glory. You gotta get fired up. Yes, sir. As expected of my mentor. They're here. It's those noisy reporters. Hey, they came too! Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. Let's go talk to them. Good grief. If we must. Then we'll get to that decent point, I suppose. English is too inconsistent and unstable. Just a reflection of human beings.
What do you want? Are you snooping around again?
That's my line. Did Miss Swift call you her mentor just now?
She sure did. Nicole is my #1 pupil.
My only pupil.
She says she fell in love with the photos for my scoops. Even if our jobs are different, our passion for scoops is the same, let me tell you. Ever since then, she's been all cute like, calling me stuff like Master and Chief.
So she fell in love with Miss Hart's photos. I guess you could say, like teacher, like student.
Still got a ways to go in gathering information, but her passion's a match for mine. Seems like she was trying to catch the scoop about Mozilla's appearance. She's been circling around these parts all day long. Circling around this area? Maybe she witnessed a kidnapping. Mr. Edgeworth, looks like we'll need to hear what she has to say.
Indeed, we need more information about John. Let's show Miss Swift that piece of evidence and ask her about him. I don't care about your next scoop.
If it ain't Mr. Edgeworth, so we meet again.
Miss Swift? Why are you here?
For some reason, my questioning was stopped all of a sudden. After a while, they just let me out and told me I could come home. After a while, they just let me out and told me I could go home scot-free. It must be some kind of message saying I need to keep on doing my best out there, I reckon. Well, they did give me a pretty stern warning not to reveal anything about the case.
In the official statement released to the public about the assassination attempt, Miss Swift was not involved. That must have been the reason why they let her go.
But Mr. Edgeworth, attempting to silence Nicole like this is like trying to plug a leaky dam with your bare hands.
She was quick to say something so harsh.
I quickly put together the full details of everything I knew about the case, sprinkled in some of my own dramatizations, and brought the article into a publisher. But for some reason, I haven't gotten any replies yet.
Were they pressured to keep quiet, or were her dramatizations simply too much?
An above-average English enjoyer. So, honestly, Tara, I don't think music should ever annoy you. It should do things like maybe cause anxiety, raise tension, that sort of thing. But I don't ever think music should be obnoxious. Let the characters be obnoxious. The music's just supposed to, like, set a backdrop for them, not be their personality. I don't mind this track personally.
Both are probable, so I'm not sure which is true. What information are we trying to collect here at the Grand Tower?
Mr. Edgeworth, you still don't get it, do you? If you want to ask a reporter a question, you gotta give her something first.
You mean information that can be used in an article?
Bingo! Give me some info that'll make for a good article. If you ain't got something like that, I guess we won't be talking.
I also need some information about John. Let's show her that piece of evidence and try asking her about him.
What, the tape?
Okay, not the tape.
What does she want to know about John? This one? Miss Swift, I'm sorry, but about this photo? You ain't gotta say it, I know exactly what's going on. What do you mean? You're searching for him, ain't you? That boy. What? Things are still pretty tough for you, I see. Miles Edgeworth, man of crime. Whenever he goes, dead bodies are sure to follow. I love that look. Or something like that. That's a terrible reputation to have. Who would have thought this time there'd be a kidnapping incident? What? How would you know about that? Shh. Could you keep it down a little? This material's top secret. I ain't even told my mentor about it yet. Y'all gotta keep it a secret for me. She finds out, I'll be a goner. Why do you know? Judge Courtney should have only told us.
Yeah, that was quite enthusiastic. You people have no taste in music. Damn, Volpe.
I'm flabbergasted.
Your favorite word is egg? That's one of my least favorite words. It just sounds gross. It's like up there with feet. Though that's less because of the way it sounds and more because of the association. But now it's entrenched in that word. I saw there was a pretty strong insult that I saw the other day. It was like, well, if you tell me that your least favorite word is moist, then at least I know that you chose to never develop a personality beyond 2012. It's like, damn. Shit. Yes, a moist but flabbergasted egg sounds quite good. Damn, Mile comes in here like, my favorite word is misery. I like words that have a lot of pop to them. Like discombobulated. I ain't telling that to anyone, not even you, Mr. Prosecutor. It seems this reporter still hasn't learned her lesson. You can give me the stink eye all you want, I still ain't telling. Do you know something about it? Truth is, I done saw it myself. A boy being taken away by a couple of men in black. Not Galaxy Defenders, though. What? Where'd they go? That I don't know. They were too far away, so I lost sight of them. Darn it! But at least we know what the criminals look like. Yes, a pair of men in black. Two men in black. We've now collected some testimony regarding the culprits. Miss Swift says she saw two men slip away with John. Furthermore, the taxi driver says he picked up two men in his taxi. They must be the same guys! It seems likely. However, there is still a problem. According to the taxi driver, the two men were alone. John wasn't with them. Yeah, you're right. That is a problem. Flabbergasted, discombobulated, and lackadaisical nincompoops. Lackadaisical. Whippersnapper's such a fucking meme, though. Because it's like, you're just talking about, like, old people. Yeah, you're a young whippersnapper. Is that word, like, ever used outside of that context? I mean, Dreamweaver sounds like a nice word. I like fiddlesticks. I say fiddlesticks a little too often. I'm not even going to bother trying to read that. I've always hated that word because I never knew if I pronounced it correctly. Asphyxiation? There are several words that, I mean, we've all had those words, right? Where we pronounced it one way and it definitely was not the way it's pronounced because fuck language. Mine was, well, there's a few of them. Epitome, I would call epitome. Epitome is not how that word is pronounced. Another thing where it's like, I always got mixed up with, I would say integral, but then I saw the word integer, and I'm like, well, I don't say integer, so then I start saying integral, which is how I hear most people say it now, but I still hear some people every once in a while say, I think it's more common in British English to say integral. New model ultra microscopic silicovolcanoneosis. No, I don't want to say it. It's gross. I never want to say it like that. Another word like that, it seems to have, it's just depending on if you're speaking like British English or American English, is that I say in the British English way because I think it just sounds cooler, is futile. The Borg apparently have no uniform way of saying it. Just depends on what cube you're interacting with. Resistance is futile. Resistance is futile. Futile. It sounds so much better. Said Patrick Stewart said it first, and then everybody was like, oh man, that's a much better way of saying it. What if the kidnappers stole the box? Ah, you mean they... Exactly. They took it in order to carry John inside. John's a tiny kid after all. Then the reason the taxi driver didn't see John was because... It's likely he was put in the trunk as the kidnapper's luggage. But why did they need to go through all the trouble of hiding him? I don't know. See, futile just it falls so flat to me. Futile seems more dynamic. It sounds more dynamic. Not that it's actually correct or anything, but. What, integral? I guess that's closer to the way I say it. Integral. But you more pronounce it integral. See, Trep says it the way that just doesn't make sense to me unless you're also saying integer, which is gonna blow Brian's top off. Hey, nothing wrong with adding a little tension.
At first, the kidnappers must have intended to abduct him without being seen. However, they didn't anticipate all the policemen in the plaza.
I see. If they tried to just walk away with them, they would have been spotted.
Just the mere presence of the policemen would have been a sizable threat.
I get it! In that case, we've got to ask the taxi driver.
Boo earns!
Did the two men you told us about earlier have any luggage with them?
Yeah, they stuffed a huge box into the trunk. And that's that. Those guys must be the kidnappers.
You remember where you took those men?
Sounds to me like something serious has gone down here. If you like, I could take you to the same place I took them. Let's do it, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, thank you for your help.
No problemo, just leave it to me. But then you also have to pay me. This ain't for free. Gas costs money, you know. More than it used to. Question mark, we're here at question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. That taxi drove away way too fast. The taxi drove way too fast. I don't feel too good.
Shouldn't she be used to quick movement? Okay.
Mr. Edgeworth, are you alright? Your face is really pale.
I'm fine. Now he, on the other hand,
the driver said they came to this house's garage.
The garage. This must be where those two men brought the box. Ah, Mr. Edgeworth, look at the nameplate on the door.
Nameplate? What? Blaze the best?
So this is the chairman's house.
Does that mean the one who kidnapped John was Blaze the best? They should have already been arrested, though.
Ah, the garage door is unlocked.
You really do have a good eye for this sort of thing.
Is this the place, Trep? That's a good spot to stop? It seems like a good place to stop. Oh, fuck her next scoop. I don't give a shit. I didn't add anything to this case. How do you say it? No? Okay, we'll keep going then. Garahe. Oh, I see. Interesting.
Smells like motor oil. Maintaining that motorcycle must be Blaze's hobby.
Excuse me, we're coming in. Anyone home?
Of course he has flames on his... To be fair, if my name was Blaze, I'd have flames on my motorcycle too.
Doing something like this, it's as if we're a couple of petty thieves.
Shh, be quiet. Right now we're great thieves. Have some self-awareness.
She scolded me. Nobody's here. Well, yeah, I mean, its occupant was arrested, so for now, it looks like we can get through this without being arrested.
This isn't the time to be relieved. Now the real deal begins. Let's go look for treasure.
We're looking for John, not treasure.
Well, the truth is treasure. Yeah, the one thing I don't like about this new setting is that it reduces the frame rate. But if it's not lagging, then it's still infinitely better than a higher frame rate, but it's like this with the music. That's dumb. Just because somebody says a word differently doesn't mean you should make fun of them. Just like little shit like that. Kids are fucking hate kids. Fucking hate kids. And that includes myself when I was a kid. I was a little dickhead. Yeah, I mean, I play on 60 FPS too, but it's definitely not 60 FPS right now. Sea creature? That was my example. Although I didn't think they were two different words, I just didn't realize it was pronounced that way. How do you turn on the FPS counter? Because it'll say it's less than 60, because it's running at what it is right now. But if I turn the setting off, then it'll go back to 60, but then it'll lag. Yeah, but remember, Tara, this you can use this. God, my hair is a fucking mess. You can use this emulator to upscale some things to a certain degree. Our HUD. Where's our HUD? I don't see our HUD. Here's hard up. Display. Yeah, see? It's jumping.
This large box, this must be it. This is probably the box that Mr. Powers said had been stolen.
So John was stashed in this box and then transported all the way here.
I don't want to... I want to get to looking around. There we go. See this? God, this just does not seem like 60. Well, it says it's 60.
I feel like this was way smoother before.
Maybe I'm just full of shit. I don't know. What am I doing?
I mean, if the game had no motion, but this game clearly has motion, just not in the traditional sense. I'm gonna go back and watch the other VODs, because I have sworn that Crosshair was a lot smoother than that.
Please don't talk about people as if they are objects. However, if that's the case, there is also a possibility that John is still somewhere in this garage.
Okay, let's go look for him. Our honor as the great thief and her assistant depend on it.
Good grief.
Like just the way the graphics are moving, like transitioning and stuff like that. It's really choppy.
Wow, this bike is so cool. Look at that. It has a skull on the headlight.
Yeah, cool, okay. Seems the eyes line up when you turn on the headlights.
Oh, well, I'm sure its eyes don't glare as well as yours, Mr. Edgeworth. My eyes don't actually emit light when I glare, though. This large box, it must be it. This is probably the box that Mr. Powers said had been stolen. So John was stashed in this box and then transported all the way here. Please don't talk about people as if they are objects. However, if that's the case, there's also a possibility that John is still somewhere. Oh, in this grunt. Yeah, okay. Didn't realize I had looked at that. I found something good. These are mechanics gloves. You wear them during vehicle maintenance or when you're working with machinery. They look really stained with motor oil. However, they are also horribly stained with dirt. So the gloves have gotten this dirty just from maintaining the bike? I don't really like Blaze, but these gloves are pretty cool. Do you think we could come up with some reason to take these with us? When you say it like that, it makes it hard for me to take them as evidence. Blaze it! There are large tools hanging on the wall, such as a sledgehammer and a shovel. It's a lot bigger than the gavel Miss Courtney carries around. If I ever become a judge, I'd want my gavel to be this big! Swinging such a huge gavel in court would be intolerable. Please don't. Aw, Francisca gets a whip, why can't I have a big gavel? I'll just swing the shovel that's beneath it instead. That has no business being swung in court or elsewhere. Please don't. There's someone inside! Is it John? John, we're coming to save you! Huh? This is... You're Sebastian! What? Why? This is Blaze's house, right? That would mean... Yes, it should also be Sebastian's house. So then why is he... Kay, go help him out. If it has to do with ropes, just leave it to Kay. Here I go. A little pull over there. A little pull over here, and a quick tug over there. Are you alright, Sebastian? Nah. It looks a little worse for wear. Why are you tied up in a place like this? Wah! Wah! It's because we don't know. That's why we're asking you. A kid was kidnapped. I shouldn't shit on him. He's completely shut off his heart. Yeah, that's what all those tears show, that's for sure. Indeed, if it's come to this, and I suppose I have no choice but to fuck him over in logic chess. Or testimony, because that's what you do to somebody that's just been traumatized. Ah, you mean... I hate to do this when he's in such a fragile state. It's like kicking a man who's down. Will it be alright? His mind might break if you corner him too much, you know? Yes, I'm aware of that. I will try to be careful. Good grief, I wonder how this will turn out. I've never held back against anyone before. You claim to have been kidnapped, but this piece of evidence contradicts your testimony. Weak person got himself kidnapped. Oh, I'm so glad we made that emote. Oh, it does? That's interesting. After running out of the meeting room this morning, why would he be here of all places? You guys, you don't know how I feel. Jesus Christ. Courtney had 4 and you have 5? I call bullshit on that. He's going through a lot of shock. He must be on the verge of an emotional meltdown. It can't be helped. At times like this, I must quietly listen to what he has to say.
No one tells me anything. I'm always the one being left out like an idiot.
I should try to answer his questions as best I can. Considering how fragile he is, I won't have much time to spare. That's just a little joke to lighten the mood. I'll need to ask about his true feelings and try to calm him down post-haste. Go, please. I'm not doing that, man. What now? But we've already passed the option. It's instant game over. Could you please tell me what's on your mind? Don't mind my laughing. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing with you.
I don't wanna. It's not like you listen to me anyways.
I'm literally trying to ask you a question. Do you understand? You must have been cornered. You've been cornered. Please stop it already. Just leave me alone. I can pretend to listen. You're cornered. Don't you understand? Oh.
Just leave me alone. I can't trust anyone anymore.
Curses. If I make any pointless remarks, his mind will break. Even so, he's someone that cries easily. Whether he's feeling down or he's losing his temper. He'll be crying either way, so I won't be able to tell the difference. I should try reading the emotion in what he's saying. From what I've seen these past few days, you have absolutely no redeeming qualities. Perhaps you should try starting over again as a human being. Oh, savage. Oh my god. Calm down, I'm not finished. I'm not finished mentally fucking you yet.
No way, I'm never gonna listen to you or anyone else ever again.
I just said the one thing that I shouldn't have said. Yeah, right? Damn!
Just leave me alone already. I can't trust anyone anymore.
Confound it. What? It only pricked me. That's not game over. Oh, so you'd have to game over like several million times, essentially. Okay. Wait, I'm not done yet. That was the cherry on top. Keep quiet, I'm not done insulting you. Oh god. Whew. Would you please tell me what's on your mind?
I don't wanna. It's not like you listen to me anyways. What's wrong? Normally, you'd be shouting objection right about now.
Oh, that was nice.
You're serious? You're really gonna listen to what I have to say?
I can understand the shock you went through after what happened with your father.
It wasn't just Pops. This morning, I lost everything.
Oh, you poor baby. Do you understand? Oh. I guess I should just sit there and listen. I guess the game tells me that. Poor baby.
Everything I have was given to me by Pops. Tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, just what am I supposed to believe in?
Is that what he's really concerned about after he was fucking kidnapped? I mean, I guess. If you can't believe in others, then at least believe in yourself. You'll need to gain experience on your own, but if you require wisdom, I can lend you a hand. As I knock your chess piece over.
Ever since I got locked up, I've been thinking, am I too inculpable to be a prosecutor? Oh, forgot about that. Huh? Incapable? Which one was it?
The music stopped for that? I believe it's incapable, you fool. I believe incapable is the word you are looking for. Judging your own ability is not an easy task. Sebastian, little by little, you are growing. Sebastian, would you tell your side of the story?
I understand. What should I talk about?
He seems to have calmed down slightly. I'd like you to tell me everything you know about the kidnappers. Now then, tell me what you heard and saw. Why were you tied up in your own home of all places?
That's what I'd like to know. I'm the victim here. How would I know? I was really scared being locked up alone, you know.
Did your abductors happen to say anything to you?
I don't really get it, but one of them said, don't blame us, blame the owner of this house.
The owner of this house? Wouldn't that be Blaze the Best?
Huh, Pops? I get it. Someone who hates Pops must have taken me hostage.
No, considering the situation, that seems unlikely. The connection between Blaze and the kidnappers. This could be a useful clue. You know what the kidnappers' objective was?
What are you saying? What else would a kidnapper want besides a ransom?
You have any idea who the kidnappers could be?
Of course I don't. If I did, I would have told you already.
Let me try using that clue. A kidnapper can easily use his own home to hold someone captive. Sebastian? Sebastian, you were kidnapped by your own father.
What? It can't be. Was he going to kill me because I was a nuisance?
Ah, fuck. Would there be any reason for him to take your life? If his son was found dead in his own garage, Blaze would be suspected immediately.
I see. Then why was I kidnapped?
Kidnapping his own son? I'm pretty sure he wouldn't be after any ransom money. There must be some other reason why Blaze ordered the kidnapping. This could be a useful clue. Do you know what the kidnapper's objective was?
What are you saying? What else would a kidnapper want besides a ransom?
Let me try using that clue. Kidnapping his own son in order to demand a ransom wouldn't make much sense.
Yeah, you're right.
Did you notice anything strange when you got kidnapped?
Oh, as soon as I answered their question, they just took me away.
You sure didn't put up much of a fight. They asked you a question? Tell me what they asked you.
Well, don't glare at me like that. I think they asked me, do you know Courtney?
I see. The pieces of the puzzle are starting to fall into place. Blaze and the kidnappers did not intend to kidnap you. Their objective was John Marsh. They were planning to kidnap Judge Courtney's son in order to have Patricia Rowland declared not guilty.
Justine has a son? And Warren Rowland gets declared not guilty?
I suspect the kidnappers mistook you for John Marsh. They are two incredibly different looking people. How do they fuck that up? Would never have guessed that would have happened, because I would never have guessed that somebody would have fucked up him and John Marsh. It's the twins, those two.
All of this was just a mistake? Wait, maybe that's why back then.
Did you just remember something?
No, it's nothing. I'm useless anyways. Just leave me alone already.
This is bad. He might be at his emotional limit. I must get him to tell me what he remembered and try to calm him down as well. If that was the case, then that would also be really stupid. You don't give somebody a vague description when you want a specific person kidnapped. That's horrendously negligent for a guy who seems like, traditionally speaking, was not horribly negligent in his planning. Based on how distressed Sebastian looks right now, it must have been quite traumatic. I'll need to help him get back on his feet. Although, I could be wrong. It could be that he was always sloppy and he just got lucky. But catching him was difficult. Blaze did have a lot of shit to do. You know, his schedule was kind of full. He might have just kind of rushed this part of the plan. It's just, they look nothing alike. He burned it before they could see it. They're like, we fucking needed that. It must have been quite traumatic. I'll need to help him get back on his feet. What did you remember just now?
I didn't remember anything about that guy.
Pops. Would that guy happen to be Blaze?
Darn it! Oh, so this is the difference between me and someone who earned his prosecutor title.
I've been wanting to ask you, why did you become a prosecutor?
What does it matter? I'm not fit to be a prosecutor anyways. I mean, you're not wrong. At least not yet. Say something!
You must have some reason for choosing this path, right?
No, it's not like that. It wasn't anything special. I became prosecutor for a really insignificant reason.
I knew it.
It was just a personal reason.
To make Pops proud. Just like you, I too became a prosecutor for a personal reason.
Huh? Is that true? But you're a really successful prosecutor.
Well, I'm also 9 years older than you.
I'm sure that Pops, the PIC chairman, would have been more proud of you than me.
I see. So you wanted your father's approval.
Oh, I thought that if I became the best prosecutor, he'd be proud of me. That's why I just wanted to help out Pops as much as I could.
God, that's so sad. Your children, you could just be a gigantic piece of shit. Your kids are always gonna wanna just want your approval. Just want your approval. Would you happen to be protecting your father?
What? I don't have any reason to protect someone like him.
Didn't you want to help out your father as much as you could?
Just once. I only wanted to be useful to Pops just this once. That way, I could help him regain his repetition.
You seem to be mixing up your words again. The word you're looking for is reputation.
Huh? No one's ever told me that before.
Your father, who has strayed from his path, continues to add to his crimes by not telling you the difference between repetition and reputation. Even knowing that, do you truly want things to stay the way they are?
But in that case, just what am I supposed to do?
You should triumph over your father, who has treated you like a fool. You must stop Blaze before he commits another crime.
Never thought of it that way. I want to triumph over Pops.
Somehow, it seems he has calmed down once again. Now's my chance to ask him about Blaze's secret. I will give Sebastian the courage to stand up to his father. Talk or I'll charge you as a Jesus. Is there some connection between your father and Patricia Rowland?
I'm sorry, I don't really know.
Every tiny bit helps. Can you remember anything at all?
I think sometimes they would interact with each other during work, but...
But? Is there something else on your mind?
Apparently Pops was the one who recommended Roland to be the warden.
Oh? Was there a reason for Blaze to recommend it?
Probably because, unlike me, Pop actually cares about her. Well, Pops has known her since he first became chief prosecutor, after all.
What was he like when he was the chief prosecutor?
Oh, Pops was amazing. He looked over every single piece of evidence that went through the prosecutor's office.
He looked over every single piece of evidence? This could be a major clue. It seems that the evidence regarding Patricia Rowland never made it to trial. It is the duty of a prosecutor to watch over the evidence. It is the duty of a prosecutor to watch over the evidence. Did you take care of it properly?
That's not it. Just listen to what I have to say.
That would make sense. I did not catch that myself.
I thought I would keep it in the safest place I knew. What have I done?
He seems to have become unsettled again. I suppose I should lend him a hand. The place you thought would be the safest. Would that have been in Blaze the Best's hands?
Wow! He told me that it would be safer if he took care of the evidence.
I'm sorry, but he has betrayed your trust in the worst way possible.
Pops, why would he want to hide the evidence?
Patricia Rowland and trying to catch me riding dirty. To make you a laughing stock.
Oh,
Fuck. Oh no, I was supposed to do the second one. Oh, fuck. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Blaze's objective was to have Warden Roland found not guilty by obscuring the truth. Sebastian, you were used by your father. It's possible that Blaze DeBest has the evidence with him. Furthermore, we still have no idea where John is. I must return to my investigation post-haste. However, this is all my fault. What am I gonna do now? Seeing him like this, I can't just leave him be. He is still suffering in the gap between his ideal and reality. He will never move on until he figures out how to live his own life. Sebastian is about to face his greatest trial. Perhaps this is fate. I shall give him the push forward that he needs. You still intend to continue as a prosecutor? I don't really know. It's not like I became a prosecutor on my own. Because of that, do I even have the right to continue being a prosecutor? Whether or not you continue as a prosecutor is something you must decide for yourself. Wah! Only you can determine your path in life. I don't want to stop being a prosecutor, because if I give up now, I know I'm going to regret it for the rest of my life. So he wants to continue to live as a prosecutor. I shall keep his will in mind. What do you plan to do from here on? First, I'm returning this red jacket. I'm not fit to wear it. Clothes fake the man. I think that's what Pop used to say. He knew all along I was a fake. It would look much better on me. Its clothes make the man. It's not fake. The saying is clothes make the man. You are what you wear. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. I've learned something new yet again. Yes, all you have to do now is become a prosecutor who is fit to wear that jacket. Yeah, I'll do my best. That way no one will ever make fun of me again. I'm actually not sure. Which, it says something about me, probably. Nope. Okay. I was the other one. I should have went with my gut, but I thought that was too harsh. Oh, I looked at his reaction wrong. I was seeing the other reaction. That makes way more sense, because I'm like, both of these are really awful options. Wasn't paying close enough attention to his sprite. But how can I get people to accept me? What do I do? I don't know what to do. Will you continue to ignore the truth just like your father? Please, stop it already. I don't want your putty. Just leave me alone. I believe pity is the word you're looking for. Oh, really? I also have my own reasons for wanting to speak with you. There was a time when I, too, did not seek the truth and continued to run away from it. However, thanks to a certain friend, I was able to realize my mistake. That's nice. You're lucky, Mr. Edgeworth. I don't have anyone like that. You have the courage to... If you have the courage to stand up, I will show you the way. What? Only if you have the will for it, though. I don't want to be like Pops.
So, he wants to surpass his own father. I understand his feelings clearly now. Sebastian says he wants to surpass his father and continue to be a prosecutor. In other words, he wants to be a different prosecutor from his father. It's the first answer he's arrived at on his own. I'm sure if he has the will, he'll find his way. For goodness sake, don't you remember your own words? Perhaps his own will can show him the way. As a prosecutor, didn't you want to walk a different path from your father? Certainly, the path you have chosen is not an easy one. Nevertheless, you still chose to live as a prosecutor. In that case, it should be clear to what you need to do. I still question how I lived my life to this day. But you, Sebastian, have found your own answer. Also, by the way, so believe in yourself, Prosecutor the Best. Ah! He was mistaken for John and kidnapped by Blaze's underlings. And after his father stole his evidence, he lost his confidence as a prosecutor. Wait for it, wait for it. The emotions he is going through must be more painful than anything I could imagine. And yet still, checkmate! Haha, that's right. Checkmate. Oh, I should make a checkmate command. That's like, it says something like, I know I just destroyed your life, but checkmate, or something like that. Yeah, your therapists break you down, and then at the end go, checkmate. That's pretty good. I liked it. I think it's awkward because having a logic chess battle with somebody who's emotionally scarred and closed is really counterintuitive. Yeah, he doesn't start off with, you're a failure of a human being. But, shut up, I'm not done with you yet. That was the funniest shit. I don't even think he meant it that way, but that's the way it came off. It's taken longer than I thought, but with that, it's checkmate. Darn it! Wow, you really fucked him up, Mr. Edgeworth. She's just in shock. How could you do that to the kid? He dashed out of here at full speed. It seems there's one thing he's the best at. It's running away. Oh my god. Shut up. I guess at least he didn't say it to his face. Oh, curses, we're running out of time. We should check in with Mr. Shields. I'd also like to know what the situation is like on their end. But Mr. DeBest ran off again. We'll just give them the new information we discovered. And that's he's the best at running away. Francisco will take his place. And I wonder if that's going to be enough. It can't be helped. Since he ran away, there's nothing more we can do.
Trep, when should I be stopping? Please tell me it's right now. Oh, go watch like the first hour of stream, Brian. We hammer into that nonsense. Okay, because I am going to need at least 24 hours to recover from what happened earlier in the stream before I can listen to Ray again and take anything he says seriously. Because this is absurd. And I'm sure the next thing that comes out of his mouth is going to be something really stupid that should instantly lead to him being disbarred. Oh, I should make class rep bot a member, because then I could add emoji channel emojis to the responses. Cause like with that, you can do the Edgeworth logic thing at the end of that, and it's like, that's perfect. No, but Brian knows it's because she's the judge, but why is she the judge on this case? She shouldn't be the judge on this case. There's a 1 minute cooldown on it. Is that what he said? I tried to get it word for word, but... Oh, Lugia, you're just 1 hour away. It's taking longer than I thought. I think I put longer than expected.
Judgment Nights of...
Wait, where is... I thought ellipsis, but with that, comma, checkmate. Now I just need to make class rep bot a member so that I can add edge logic.
Yeah, I think that's part of the thing, Brian, is that, like, once you see the other conflicts, you don't even think about Francis's fucking conflict. You're like, okay. It's just by comparison, just way less bad. Well, Wednesday for sure. We'll focus. We'll do a more focused stream. Today I felt fucking awful, so I just wanted to do whatever would take my mind off of the eye thing and my allergies, so I just rolled with whatever we were doing. You're up there, Volpe. I don't think you're 11th. I think Xblod might be 11th. You are in... Oh, JMT's 11th. Ventus is 12, and then you're 13th, Volpe. Then Easy, then Xblod. Then Jake, then Tom, then Tara, then Mike, then Zara. Oh, from Sunday. Yeah, I think I must have a sinus infection. Like that's my best guess as to what's going on. Lower energy level, just this is super congested, snot everywhere, headaches. And then today, in addition, there was this thing on my in my eye that just would not go away. I like I said, it might have just been that the eye was really dry though because of the amount of antihistamines. Isn't it kind of implied in the game that they're adopted siblings? We're talking about Edgeworth and Francisca, right? Because isn't the implication... Well, it's a very, very vague implication. But when Edgeworth... Doesn't Edgeworth say... Or isn't it said somewhere that Von Karma took Edgeworth in? Now, that doesn't mean he legally adopted him. But you could, I think, reasonably... make that assumption. Took him under his wing. Interesting. But then where would Edgeworth have been? I guess just because we don't hear anything about a potential set of adopted parents, that doesn't mean he didn't have different adopted parents. Which, yeah, it makes sense that the anime would show it. The anime needs a little more of that sort of thing. The game, I don't think it was as necessary. I think a lot of people made that assumption anyways. Yeah, it's probably going to go at least one more stream than V3 did. Which would about make sense. Like I said, they're roughly similar times to beat. How long to beats. What? Well, I guess you probably don't know what the dialogue is off the top of your head, but I could probably give you some insight as to whether it's the mentor-disciple system. But I don't know what the original dialogue was. Because it doesn't necessarily even have to be mentor-disciple. You can say, like, older brother, and, like, you just see somebody who is a little older than you, and you respect them. It not necessarily has to be a mentor-disciple thing, but you have enough respect that you see them as, oh, you're like Oni-chan. Just like some people call Ray Uncle Ray. That comes from that sort of thing, because he's older than being able to call him Brother Ray. And then you have some people that are just called grandpa or grandma, even though they're not really the person's grandpa or grandma, just because they're older, respected people in their lives. What was Brian's question? I don't think I see Brian's... I don't see Brian's comment. Oh, because I'm on Top Chat, maybe? Damn it, Tom, you were supposed to ask me if I was on Top Chat. I can't do it myself. Did Roland actually hire Ray as an attorney? If yes, she's an idiot. If no, and he was court appointed, isn't that grounds for a little... Oh, it definitely is not... Okay. This would not stand. This wouldn't stand for many reasons. Many reasons. Courtney has a conflict of interest. She should recuse herself as judge, as a witness to the case, to some of the facts of the case. Ray, similarly, cannot. He would be conflicted out as an attorney. Fran's a little different. The sibling thing isn't necessarily as like cut and dry as you think it would be, adopted siblings. But those two for sure. It seems like she didn't consent to it. But yeah, I mean, that's not even the biggest problem. Ray would be disbarred for what he was doing in court earlier. You should go back and watch that. He would be for that. Like, even you take out the conflicts of interest, what he did would be grounds for ineffective assistance of counsel, and he could possibly be disbarred for that. Again, completely taking out the conflicts of interest. Like, that's how bad it was. It didn't even, like, it shows up in my chat box, but it's you didn't even say, you just said something's an idiot. Yeah. Should we just let him find out himself, Tom? It takes away some of the suspense if we just tell you what happens. Yeah, Volpe, it's gonna end stream. I'll be back on Wednesday with more of this. Do. Oh, sorry, Volpe. I didn't mean to disappoint you. For those that haven't seen the new Edgeworth alert. Am I on Twitch? I'll show you the new Edgeworth donation alert. This is going to be for $5 donations. I might make this for all donations that aren't $1 and make $1 the Final Fantasy one that I've been using. All right, you guys ready? I did not get claimed for this little clip, so it's probably fine. Mildly concerned about that. It is a small clip, though. Why was it so delayed? Oh, I wonder if it's because all the shit that's running. Hold on. Yeah, it's super delayed. Wonder why. Well, okay, so it's more in sync when it actually happens. I think it's delayed because of all the shit that's running right now when I try to test it, but you get Dancing Edgeworth. Yeah, so for me it'll be Wednesday evening. I don't know what it'll be for you. I'm not good with time. No, I'm probably gonna do a separate vid on music. That was my plan, at least. I don't really have anything to add right now. No, the sound clip, Tara, not the visual. This week, Wednesday. So in 2 days. So yeah, well, we'll wait and see, Trep, what happened, because we know next stream has to happen for sure. I plan on getting a lot of progress done, and then after next stream, we'll have a good idea of how much longer everything's gonna go. Fuck, I should probably get the schedule out though today. I guess we'll just plan for 3. I'll put 3 streams on the schedule just to be safe. And then if we're done in 2 streams, then that day obviously becomes something else. That sound clip is from an anime called Bento. And it's really fucking funny. Because it's like, wait, did they like sample Lil Jon in like this soundtrack? For this anime about fighting over discounted boxed lunches? That was a really fun show. Sucks that they're not making a second season, but that was a fun show. But yeah, so yeah, I'll be back Wednesday with next stream of this. That'll be stream 19. I'll be on Twitch tomorrow. Oh, so real quick, I did say I was going to talk about this. The reason 1.5 I had to re-render 1.5 is because while I was having issues with it, I was like, well, I might as well go back and check to make sure that everything's okay, because I kind of rushed through the double-checking part just to try to get it out. And there was definitely a whole block of Lana's dialogue where I didn't mute the original audio. So it was like double talking. And that was... Ugh. I had to re-render it. I fixed that, and then re-render it. So that... But I'm glad I went back and checked, because that would have been really annoying. But it's my fault. I was rushing to try to get it out, and I should have double-checked, especially the audio parts, more closely, because those are the ones where I actually had to, like, do not a bunch of shit, but make sure that stuff was muted so that new audio would No, that would not have been... You would not have been annoying. Alright. Take your end of stream credits. I'll see you guys on Wednesday. Thanks for hanging. Stream is adjourned. Hello.
Yeah, he's got a super fucking high crotch, too.
With the, like, extra broad shoulders for his, like, the rest of his frame.
That dude's, like, totally sucking it in.
He can't be real. He's not real.
He works out, like, his upper body only, but he's also a little bit anorexic.
Yeah.
He just works out arms and shoulders.
He never misses arm day, but skips leg day often.
And ab day and
Ab day.
core day. His core is awful.
Dude does his presses for sure, though. He's got them fucking fat ass shoulders.
He looks like he has to take a dump the way he's walking.
He's trying to hold a roll of quarters in his butt cheeks.
A roll of quarters?
All these protein shakes I've been shitting 4 days.
He squeezes it together like...
Oh my god. Oh, there's a fox. Oh, there he is. Oops. Oh,
Really? I thought we were supposed to avoid him.
fox?
Yeah.
Careful, buddy.
That was a fucking joke. Holy shit,
I will
dude.
next time you write now.
Next time the shit
In
out
the
of
middle of your
Let's
fucking sentence.
do it.
I will
Go
not
for it.
fired.
Go for it. No balls, you won't do it. No balls, you won't do it.
Well, how many? Wait. How long?
Episode.
No. Worst episode ever.
Yeah, slide down the hill, bitch.
Oh my god.
Oh, fuck. Never mind.
Run away.
I have a high grind now. What the fuck?
You're no Obi-Wan.
Correct.
It's over, Anakin.
I have the high.
Oh.
He just fucking throws his lightsaber at him.
Some fucking Chad Jedi tries to challenge Anakin, and he's just like, I have the fucking high ground, bro.
Wait,
He
what
just
did
gets-
you call him? A Chad
Yeah,
Jedi?
some Chad Jedi.
Is that like slang for
like if it wasn't Obi-Wan,
generic
but
bro
like,
or something?
yeah, exactly.
Chad?
Yeah,
I've
some
never
Chad.
heard that before.
Yeah, some Chad Jedi challenges him, and he's like, I have the high ground, bro. You can't fuck with me. And then Anakin just cuts him in half.
Oh, not cool.
This fucking sucks, bro.